You know how you make me feel. Your touch has the power to make it real. Never have I felt this way before. It's hard to put it into words, 'cause he makes my mind a blur. But every time you're near, I'm satellite deep down me right here. Burning up so high, you're the fuel to my life. Blowing up the sky, illuminating like fire. Dance to the night, you make everything right. This time will you ignite it one more time? Speak up, what the whole world listen. My heart is pumping, pumping. You got me jumping, jumping. 3, 2, 1, let's go. Hop, 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 ignite. 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 You know how you make me feel, 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 feel. You know how you make me feel, feel, feel. Burning up so high, you're the fuel to my life. Glowing up the sky, illuminating like fire. Dance to the night, you make everything right. This time will you ignite it one more time? Speak up, what the whole world listen. My heart is pumping, pumping. You got me jumping, jumping. 3, 2, 1, let's go. Ignite. Ignite.
It's been a long road, but it finally comes down to the last open of the season for the CRL. Welcome, everyone, to the CRL here on the Rocket League channel. My name is Seb, and along with me are some fantastic people who will be taking you through all of the games this evening. How you guys doing? Nick, starting with you.
I'm doing pretty good, Seb. I mean, you know, I've been trying to hold it down for Canada since you've been gone in Japan, and it has been such a struggle being a fan. But hey, we still have a Canadian in this bracket, and that means there's hope.
Struggle, I mean.
Well, that's how you do.
I love him. He has been totally doing it, much to our annoyance. But you know what? I will say, it has been kind of fun rocking with VOD being the Canadian surrogate. But other than that, I'm fine, man. I'm happy to be here.
Kendo, it is so good to have you back here. It's been a very long time, my friend.
It's an honor. It's an honor to be here to sit with everybody, although I will probably stand a little bit later. But to hear everybody's voices live on this channel, the prestige that goes behind it, and the word CRL, Collegiate Rocket League, being touted, I couldn't be happier.
I'm very happy. Of course, yes, I was absent for a couple weeks. I was traveling in Japan, but you can imagine that at 7 o'clock in the morning, as I watched St. Clair lose, yes, was dealing with a lot of pain, but it is what it is. Back from vacation, back here for Collegiate Rocket League, as are all of you. We are so incredibly excited because things have gone absolutely crazy. Not only just yesterday, but from the course of the beginning of the season, the standings are done. Actually, this needs to be updated because Illinois State has just lost at the final hurdle, which is in a heartbreaking fashion, which means Ball State will be the 8th and last representative here in the standings. VOD, I can't imagine what ISU are feeling right now.
Heartbreak for sure. I mean, it's so rough for them too, because the two times in the first open and the second open that they had a chance to make it through, they faced off against Northwood, either in the upper bracket or the lower bracket somehow after Northwood got upset by UTK. And now they've had kind of a resurgence. They made it top 8 last time. They made it top 6 this time, but WVU have woken up from the curse, and that is the story here, Seb. They were able to get the win in Game 5 over ISU and broke the double elimination bracket curse for good.
Well, let's be clear. We don't know if it's for good yet. There's still a lot of the bracket to go. That being said, Navanta, we're looking at the rest, and as we just updated, thank you, production.
Wow,
good on point.
Shout out.
There are a lot of teams that, I mean, we're looking at this. It was a close fight for a ton of these teams, Navanta.
Yeah, absolutely. Even though I was going hard for Fisher Navy and their sort of redemption arc, it was Illinois State. I kind of thought that up until maybe 3 hours ago, they would have been in that conversation, but alas, that wasn't the case there for them. Must be a disappointing result all around, but that just shows you how strong the league is this season.
Yeah, it's insanely difficult. I mean, the parity, Kendo, across the board, especially now that we have essentially a super conference between both East and West. We've seen fantastic performances across the board from all of these teams. And now that we have our full top 8, things are finally starting to settle a bit.
Yeah, it's going to be a little less interesting than it was before. Turns out Cinderella's slippers were made out of sugar glass. They don't end up standing up to the test of time and or body weight. Here's the thing, though. I need to address the elephant in the room. Take it right on back to a little bit of the Champ League podcast. VOD, what happened here, bud? We had the prediction. We had Illinois State over Appleton. We could have had content personified. Win and you're in for Illinois State. What happens? The polar opposite. We get Maryville, West Virginia going into the lower semifinal.
I mean, ISU, after like a great week, just did not look as good as basically what happened. And yes, they still made it into the top 6, but they were struggling. They lost to St. Edwards. They barely made it through a lot of their matches in the lower bracket, and then lost to WVU, who again have that curse against them, and all the way to Game 5. So, you know, they gave it their all. They made it about where I expected them to place, but I did expect them to do a little better and was hoping for it, for at least some parity in these final opens.
The thing is, I felt very prophetic because I do recall in the middle of that podcast where it was like, Illinois State, like, you guys are so high on them right now. You believe in ISU, and they will let you down at the finish line in the most painful way possible. And I was right. That's exactly what happened. And same with the likes of Fisher, a dramatic collapse and a double VOD. We were watching it, a double reverse sweep for uppers and lowers.
No one expected that.
No, absolutely painful.
Rough.
So this is what our standings are currently looking like for the season. And now with our open number 4, most of the way through, this is what the standings look like for our current open. Remember that at this point, everything is for seeding for the national championship. This is where every single series matters to determine who will be your opponent for the biggest tournament within Collegiate Rocket League. Concord and Northwood currently in the upper end, so they are leading with 9 points each. Maryville and West Virginia, of course, 6 points each. Akron Blue, ISU, unfortunate for ISU and Akron as well. 4-4 for both of them. Akron Gold and Davenport. Akron Gold, what a story.
What a run.
To that is an incredible run through and through, VOD. None of us were expecting this Akron team to make it to top 8.
Didn't get a single point. We're like arguably one of the best teams without points every single open. Then finally they take down Ball State. And as you mentioned, one of the 2 teams to reverse sweep Fisher Navy in that qualifying match. The first one that we saw, of course, was Concord, who are now into that upper bracket final. So, I mean, what a run by Akron Gold, of course, making their name, stating their case. Happened a little bit too late, but what a way to go out.
I mean, it's a good way to go out. And even then, it's a good way and good representation for the Akron program, which we've always touted as one of the most developed programs within all of CRL. That being said, Kendo, I am looking at Fisher right now. We talked about them briefly. It's an RLCS team through and through.
Yeah.
And even with the roster change they still had to make, they couldn't pull it through at the end.
At the same time, I think you also see the dialogue about Fisher Navy and their counterpart as they went from 2 teams into 1 was the original Fisher Navy roster had more chemistry with Mikey. And the fact of the matter was, I watched Fisher Navy as they are going down to Akron Gold of all teams. And I put respect on Akron Gold's name. They earned every single one of those 3 points, but Fisher Navy did not look fully coherent, and the best look we got from them was qualifier 1.
So these are the points as they stand now for Open 4. Let's take a look at what the bracket will be looking like ahead of us this evening. We've already gone through the upper semis and the lowers round 1. Concord taking down West Virginia 3-0 in the uppers, no surprise there. Northwood taking down Akron Blue, the revenge for Open 3, knocking Akron down to the lower bracket. VOD, we've had best of 5s all over the place. It's looking wild.
It is wild. I mean, that's the 3rd reverse sweep game 5 that we've seen happen so far from yesterday into today. Akron getting reverse swept there, and then Maryville also looking really good against Akron in that lower bracket. We had good hopes for Akron, and this is still a great finish for them, all things considered, but man, what could have been if they got a sweep over Northwood and were in that upper final? Such high highs and such low lows from getting reverse swept and then losing in game 5, a rough ending for at least the regular season for Akron.
Yeah, Navanta, when we're looking at this Akron Blue roster, they're still a contender, but I think for Maryville specifically, this is a win that they needed to kind of get them back in that spotlight.
Yeah, absolutely. You think about Maryville and how in the early opens they were kind of a talk of the town. Not saying they're not the case either, but they really needed a strong dub here. But getting reverse swept, I don't care if it happens in the upper or lower brackets. That's really more of a lack of concentration and focus over the technical skills. So if you're anything, you have to go back to the thing to watch, or maybe go over with your VOD review, no pun intended, is really understand why are things falling apart in games 3, 4, and 5.
That made me laugh way more than I think it should have. I love puns. It's great. So with that, let's take a look at what the schedule is going to be for this evening, because of course, with the bracket as it's making its way through, we start with the upper final, which of course has some of the most stakes to it. It will be our first grand finalist through this It's Northwood Concord. You know, it's the matchup that we all know and love at this point. Rare at this point, but still as high mechanics as you could possibly ask for. Then we'll be following things up with Maryville versus West Virginia. The lower final will be the winner of that match. And then we have a bracket reset double eliminate grand final that to this point, from Open 1, 2, and 3, every single grand final has gone the full bracket reset, which I know our casters love, absolutely, but it's showing the parity that we currently have in CRL, which we tend to love because we've had all different winners. No 2 times just yet. So we're going to be kicking things off with Northwood versus Concord. VOD, no doubt in our mind that this is the most hyped matchup when these two come to blows between them. Northwood still hunting for that first open win thus far in this season of CRL. Concord having one to themselves, but haven't quite been able to reach that peak that they had earlier in the season.
That's what I was going to bring up when we started talking about this matchup, Seb, is that Concord got the win when Northwood were at their worst. They didn't have to play them that time. They actually avoided them because they got taken down so early in that bracket and then had an easier run through. Yes, you know, St. Clair was doing really good in that bracket, but they had to play Ball State and then St. Clair twice, and that's how they won. Ball State, of course, were barely on the edge of making it through, and now we see how they did, at the end of the day, make it into this bracket here. So now we'll have to see what this Northwood roster can do for redemption for themselves, because it's been a bit of a struggle. They've gone through lowers every single time. They haven't won an upper bracket match to be on the winner's side of these finals, and I feel like if they can do it here, this might be their final first win that we expect to happen so many times ago in these Open.
Navanta, this is a Northwood team that are very much looking for that first win, and with it, honestly, just the pride. I think a lot of us, I'm including the Champ League crew, have very much sort of discounted Northwood to a point, unless you're the Danger Taco. Essentially, this is a team that is continuing to hunt, continuing to find it, and even though they're the only team to have been into finals, they still haven't been able to have the ice to get over that line, losing that full best of 7 against Akron last Open and the bracket reset in dramatic fashion, but unfortunately they're still looking for it.
Yeah, first of all, shout out to the Danger Taco. Didn't know we were using the in there, but you're absolutely right. Even in the down season or a down patch of seasons, Northwood is still in the conversation. There's a lot about the strength of the program, but one of the things that's haunted them is their lack of production. Their goals per game has been on a steady decline, and that's when really has been their Achilles heel. So anything, I can't say, hey, you guys, score more. But I do think today, not any of the week, they're closer to getting that first dub.
Kendo, you are so familiar with all of these teams. How are you feeling about this matchup this far? Because Concord, you're new, Northwood, classic.
Yeah, it definitely is a classic look for Northwood, especially can say that after watching what they did against Akron Blue. You thought they were out for a moment, and what does this team do best throughout every single iteration of Northwood that we have seen over time? The thing that they do best is they find ways to win even against the worst imaginable odds. And in this case, they put themselves down 2-0. And what do? They reverse sweep when they need to do it the most. It's still Northwood. It's still the same attitude. The Timberwolves are just as fearsome, even though the names are a little bit new.
All right, boys, let's get to predictions. It is our upper final. That is a Concord prediction for Mr. Kendo here.
Spoiler alert! Spoiler alert!
Whoa! Okay, you all go down the line. I'll explain myself. I wasn't expecting to be ousted this badly, just right off the bat. They are hurting me in the production side.
All right, Bod, take it away. Who is your prediction?
I'm going with Northwood, and the main reason for this is they have been fighting tooth and nail. They're the only team to make it into multiple grand finals, and if they are ever going to do it, it's against the team who got a quote-unquote Mickey bracket to win their final in Open 2. I gotta say Northwood's probably gonna have an edge here, and the big thing too is they want to avoid Maryville. Maryville is their kryptonite. If they can avoid Maryville by beating Concord here, they have nothing to worry about, so I think they're gonna take this win, but it's gonna go to 5.
Devonta. How you
The
feeling?
quickest way to get a chip on your shoulder is say Mickey Mouse bracket. But I'm with Vaughn here. Got to give it to Northwood. I mean, I have not been disappointed before. You remember when I was on Champ League this season and they haven't brought me back because I probably was so controversial. I had Concord ranked number 1, but today on the head-to-head, you got to go with history. 2 weeks ago, Northwood got the dub. I think they're going to hear again today.
You know, it makes me very upset that apparently the only Mickey bracket that we've had thus far is the one that St. Clair almost wins, is all I'm saying. That's a little offensive to me, but I am going to go with Northwood for this one. I do agree that, yes, honestly, as cool as the Concord win was, it missed a lot of good teams that we had. Northwood currently the last team to have beaten Concord in our last open. I fully believe that these boys are very much ready to go. Cream's absolutely locked in, carrying the weight of Canada on their shoulders for this open, with it Northwood themselves fighting for that top seed within CRL going into the national championships. It is our 2 top seeds coming into this winners final. It's going to be Northwood looking to get their first win. Concord looking to regain their crown, their number 1 spot. It's our winners finals for CRL. Casters, take it away.
Merely 2 weeks ago, Northwood were able to take down Concord in their first ever battle. But this newcomer squad in Concord are number 1 ranked for a reason. They are here to showcase their skill and go back into the grand finals and prove that it was not a fluke the last time, Nwanta.
Yo, absolutely. Even though Ken had a chance to say a word edge-wise, I do believe that Concord may have themselves an opportunity of a lifetime here if they score early. Let's see if that is on their docket.
This is a best of 5 all the way until the grand finals, so do or die for these teams. Less chances than they might expect once we get into that fall championship, but this is the time to shine. Northwood hot off that reverse sweep, so they got to keep that energy going and their engines revved for this matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're talking about what Northwood has to do is score early, and that was a possibility there. Another possibility back to back there, Vaughn. Aggression is out in full force.
What a great start that would have been if they could have opened up with that starting goal, but another shot coming through, barely saved, but not enough. Zanil, the star of the show here in the first goal.
Oh, you're talking about making the concentration of your opponent. Yeah, scoring early is one of them, but beating 2 on defense, not once but twice from the same play, you don't get too many opportunities quite like that. 1-0.
You talked about the goal scoring necessary for Northwood to increase those totals. That's the best way they could have gotten things off on the right foot, but no! It's disaster in their own net, all open, and Crispy shoots and scores!
Well, that's one thing, too. It's talking about how you have to win, you have to score, but conceding as soon as you break the deadlock is a recipe for disaster. 2 blinks, and we're back level once more.
Oh, that's gonna hurt so much. Quickly got the goal, looked so confident against Concord, but you know Crispy is going to pop off every day of the week when it matters. A good passing play, though, the other direction, and this is a high-flying match from the get-go.
So this one goes in here, and this is something that usually would have befell Northwood missing, but you had that insurance policy on the far side. Cream's in this opportunity to make sure that goes in. That is something we hadn't seen in some of the early opens. I'm so glad to tighten that up here today.
We've already had 6 shots from the side of Northwood in this first minute. Make it 7. Make it 8 and another goal. 3 goals already for Northwood. They are coming out the gate swinging and not stopping for anything.
Well, that just proves they listened to our pre-show because I wanted goals and we're getting them. Ball distribution's on point, and now we have ourselves a 3-1 scoreline.
Northwood saying it's time to play the game, and they have woken up the beast that's been within, sleeping the entire time. The Timberwolves are here to run the show as they used to do in CRL of old. Haven't gotten a win so far at the grand finals for any of these CRL Opens. The longest time we've seen this school winless, and this is their time to shine. Another goal potential, but can't get the angle.
A little bit too forceful, heavy touch there was really their undoing. And I know a lot of times on these pre-shows in Champ League, we talk about Northwood being the brand, being the gold standard, but I understand that when you're on the pitch, you got to put that out of your mind, but that has to weigh on you when you say, hey, look, we used to be fly, we used to be number 1, we used to be the talk of the town. Can we get that back? What a save! That's how it's done. Heads up plays like that one.
Perfect stop there. I'm liking the dribble, trying to cross out the goalie as well, but Crispy barely gets it saved aside. The maneuverability from these Northwood players on another level, but it's still not enough to get past the defense there. Still holding on, though, to this 2-goal lead. Exactly what they need to do is keep the pressure up for Northwood.
Yeah, you're getting the pressure, not only in their opponent's upper third, but you're seeing being able to run precious seconds off the clock with individual moves like dribbles. That will totally help you out in the witching hour of a game where it is a close game and you want to give your opponent too much time to score. Oh, man.
Zanil add a W instead of a Z. Colin Neal with the way that he's been playing so far in this game. Hat trick for him. Stole it kind of from hockey. Sivas could not do anything there to prevent the goal from going through. And already, more goals we've seen in this game than in a while for Northwood in these opening matches.
I agree with that, and I agree. Adding W to things make them sound way cooler, right, Wattable?
Well, Concord needs to change the alphabet a little bit up for them so that they can at least rearrange things on the scoreboard and have a chance in this game. Currently not going so well. Would have been perfect for that second touch. They could have gotten something there, but no dice, grasping at straws, and feels like sand through their fingertips.
So sometimes you're talking about this when you're frustrated or trying to get yourself back in the game or what it takes to manufacture goals. And I like Concord being able to close down quarters, but what I don't like is they're cutting rotations to do that. Yeah, you may score, but if you don't, you may make a bad problem worse. You concede more on the other end.
Good changeup, though, by Concord that we're witnessing now. A lot more offensive pressure and breaking out of their side. Might be due to the fact that there is a 3-goal lead looming over top of them. Northwood not stressing as much about it, with 12 shots to the 5 we see for Concord. They need to be careful, though, on these counterattacks. We've seen before where Concord have been overzealous on offense, Novanta, and it's cost them dearly.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting because as much as we've seen Concord overzealous on offense, we're just seeing Northwood just stoic on defense and shooting ahead. Look at this one. That's the nickel there, Vod, goal number 5.
Northwood are known historically in Collegiate Rocket League to give up game 1 and then win the rest. They've done that a lot of times in these past 3 opens, but now it's no more funny business. They are locked and loaded in, and they are ready to start and keep going throughout this bracket until they are the champions at the end of the day.
Yeah, you can definitely tell that Concord was scouted. Even in that bracket open they won, I think it was open 2. Can you correct me if I'm wrong there?
Yep, that's correct.
It really was the issue of a very slow-paced game of Rocket League, but you had Northwood being a lot faster, and not only that, being faster and coupling it with ball distribution. No one is available on that inbound or outbound pass, and that just gives Northwood an extra time and a half to put something on target.
It doesn't help that Concord don't have as much history playing against this Northwood roster, and that bodes well for teams like Northwood, who have played in Collegiate Rocket League since 2020, have been around the block, multiple national champions under their belt, a world championship as well, and that's the kind of performance we are seeing currently from this Northwood roster.
Talking about overzealous, check this out here. You see one, I see 2 orange cars in the corner, one with the respawn. No one was there. Creams in the inbound pass right here in the front part of the post. But had it gone the other way, there would have been a secondary scoring option there. That's what we're talking about, ball passing and distribution. Northwood ensures a goal happens there either way.
And they're going to ensure that this game win happens either way, unless we see some last-second heroics from Concord. A monumental change of pace, shifting the timeline in their favor if they could, going to a different multiverse even. But it's not going to work out this time for them. Still got to see something, though, from Concord going to that next game, Novanta. The last 30 seconds here are going to be very telling to see how they turn things up a notch and change their fate for the rest of the series, because if the entire series goes the way game 1 did, it's game, set, and match before it even started.
Yeah, absolutely. This is one of the few opportunities where I would say use the last minute of game 1 to really perfect their game 2 strategy, and that could have been right there. That was a carry with a late grass pass. That could have been a goal scorer, but it goes the absolute other way for the Brazil. Something I hadn't seen coming there, Vod.
I don't think any of us expected going into this first game, going into this series, that we would see a Brazil from either side. Northwood, of course, we've seen it in the past, but again, the glory days of old, we'll have to see. It creeps in the chat saying, book your tickets to Brazil, Crispy. They are feeling confident, but we'll see if that bites them in the butt in the next game.
Oh, it totally will. I mean, that's Carver, right?
Oh gosh, card change is coming out, and a mentality change needing to happen for this Concord roster. They have been woken up after that
Yeah.
Ice poured on them, it seems, and they did not expect the way that Northwood came out in that first game.
Yeah, a lot of ink has been scored on Northwood. Let's talk about Concord for a second. So they had the idea of slowing down the pace and making sure that Northwood play their games, and what the Northwood do, basically go around them and played keep away in their third. They really didn't have an answer for that, because as strong as the defense Concord was, it pretty much is trying to steer the Titanic. So what do? You have to get faster. It doesn't mean spam on the boost button, but you got to be able to be where you think the ball is going to be, or else you'll be giving up more goals in game 2.
We saw a lot of great things from Crispy on the other side for Concord. I mean, the only one with a goal, plenty of shots from them as well, and also doing everything defensively. So need to see a little bit more from CMOS and Helix. If they can step up the way that we know that they can, Concord will look a lot more lethal. But also, they were stuck on their side so much. I have to remind everyone, in the first minute, we already saw 6 shots from Northwood. They ended up with 15 at the end of the day. They took their shots when they needed to at the start, and Concord could not recover afterwards. They got to change their pace here if they want a chance to bounce back.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, we talk about Crispy, right? When you are leading your team in both shots and saves, something is truly wrong. Unless you are carrying 2 people in ranked, you are covering way too much ground. You have to rely on your teammates to help you advance.
Well, we'll see if Concord can advance to the finish line in this second game, come out with a victory and tie up the series. A desperate situation needs to change for this roster to take down the likes of Northwood after that first explosive game.
Well, that's one of the things we say, the 60 seconds take all the time you need to clear your mind, because you have to turn the page here. And hopefully you don't see much to say. That was going to be the first goal of the game.
What a highlight play that would have been as well. It's just been a reel that's been put on, a montage of goals from Northwood. And Concord, they want to put a stop to that as soon as they can. 30 seconds into the game already, a couple shots coming through in Concord, knowing that they need to make up for the mistakes they had last time they played Northwood. They were overextending a bit too much, but now they haven't been able to do too much because of the shots that have been coming in left and right by Northwood.
Yeah, you know what? Sometimes you will say you're getting a little bit snake bit, right? So we saw a completely defensive shift for Concord. It makes sense. You don't want to concede as much, but you're being a defensive at the expense of being offensive, or we're just seeing the ball going back and forth. You're not using opportunities when you do have possession, and all you're really doing is wasting proverbial time.
Well, now we got to see Northwood. Longest time they've gone without scoring a goal, but I spoke too soon. Zanio, who else to step up to the plate yet again?
How dare you speak too soon? Honky in the corner of the creams, and that one there could have been a mishap, but it was perfectly for Zanio to go the opposite way, lower 90, and that breaks the tie.
And a great way to break the tie for Northwood, keep the momentum in their favor. After slowing things down in the last game, wanted to see what they could do to keep that going through this one. But again, Concord, no strangers to situations like this. No strangers to having to pull off reverse sweeps. They've done it multiple times, as we saw against Fisher earlier on in this open yesterday in the upper bracket. So Concord not too worried if they do go down in this game, but they do want to make sure they at least put up a strong fight compared to the last one.
Yeah, imagine that, going through this open, going through this season, and being known as a reverse sweep merchant. That might be so much fearful for other teams, and that probably puts other teams on the pressure to score as early and often as they did. This said, though, the complexion of this game is a little bit different, but pretty much more of the same. Northwood has a lion's share of possession. They are really dictating the pace, even though this pace is a little bit slower than it was in game 1. I do think they are the team in more control.
A lot less shots than we saw in game 1 as well, Novanta, and that is playing into the favor of Concord. They have more space to work with, more room in the midfield, but they got to be careful about these touches. A double commit comes out, but nobody on the fall through. Northwood playing a lot more passive than we saw in the last game, and yes, it benefits them for now as they have the lead, but can easily be turned against them.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head there. You don't want to put yourself in a one-goal contest against a team as good as Concord, and that was going to be one sailed in for the double, but it hits the crossbar, and that was clattered away.
What a good clear out by Crispy too. Simas plenty of time to work with on the corner here as well. The demo does open up some space. Helix, relatively silent in this series, has been an integral part of this Concord roster in the past, and need to see them step up. But again, miscommunications happening on Concord, panic from them. They know how strong Northwood is and how strong they can be, and now they fear that it is inevitable, this team of Northwood taking them down in this game.
Yeah, double and triple commits happen in the run of play because things are pretty much heightened. But when they happen as often as the team is doing it, that does say about a lack of trust or maybe just not believing they have the mechanical skill to do that. I don't want to say doom and gloom quite as yet, but it is concerning as we roll into the final 90 seconds here. Northwood is up 1 goal, can easily make that 2. All they find themselves in open lane or right on net. This could be it, and it's knocked away by Simas.
You have to give some kudos to Concord, though. They've been the only team consistently making it into the top 4 every single open. If anyone is going to be able to come back from the brink, it would be them. As we talked about the reverse sweep merchants, they are just 1 goal away from tying this game and potentially sending it to an OT. Zimas looking for it. Creams denies access to the goal for now, and Crispy, star of the show from last game, looks to make some magic happen.
Yeah, if we go to an overtime period, that's the one thing Northwood does not want to do. Their overtime win-loss record, I'm not sure what the actual numbers are, but just by the eye test, hasn't really been favorable for them. So
True.
Regulation is their friend as we roll on.
That's what we saw happen against Maryville in Open 1. They could not win in overtime to save their lives. So maybe it's an EU versus NA differential there, as majority 2/3 of the roster from Concord, reminding those new fans of Collegiate Rocket League from RLCS fame out in the European region. But even then, 30 seconds to go, Concord still looking for their first goal in this game. Got one in the last one, but you could say that might have been because we saw so many quantity-wise from Northwood.
Yeah, a lot of the spaces have been tightened up on both sides. We're not getting as many opportunities, as many balls threatening to the cross over that net. But that said, now's the time to be a hero. And that could have been something, but it was knocked away right before it was time for a shot.
Just talk about it's not time to be a hero, but it has to be time to be a hero for Concord. 0 seconds heroics might have to see from them in this last moment of game 2. Dimas with the flip reset. Gets the 50 against Zanil. Crispy keeps it up for now. Hockey with a denial of access yet again into the corner. Drops it down, and it won't happen soon enough for Northwood. Holding their breath in front of their net, and it does go the other direction. Northwood, 2 games in a row, looking for the confident sweep into that grand final.
It's like the opposite of Brazil. What do you call that? Like a New Jersey? There's 1 goal scored the entire time? Okay, whatever. How you get your wins is how you get your wins. GG's for Northwood there. A little bit different, a little bit more scrappier play. Not necessarily as acrobatically forward or challenging, but a dub's a dub.
A dub is a dub, but one thing is you mentioned that not as forward play as we're used to seeing. It's because of all the demos from Northwood. Compared to the last game, yes, Zanil got 5 demos in game 1, but we saw a whole team effort from Northwood and Concord come to par so that they can get out through thick and thin with that individual goal from Zanil. And I want to talk a bit about Zanil here, Novata. Zanil,
Sure.
This is the best performance we have seen from them in these opens all season.
Yeah, absolutely. Zanil's never been a question mark, but it has been someone you think of a secondary or tertiary scoring option or even a secondary or tertiary defensive option. But in game 1, basically holding down the line like a warden. Game 2, really pushing the ball forward in that mid-pitch. Could be the man of the match or the battle car of the match if they walk away with the W here.
Well, we'll see if Northwood adds another W to their name and takes it for the victory. The first time in any of these opens, they would go through the upper bracket into that grand final and would only need to win a single best of 7 at the end of the day to be crowned champions. This is the final moment for Northwood this season to come out with a victory. We're getting into game number 3 here and now, so we'll have to see, can Concord pull off a reverse sweep, or will Northwood do what Northwood does best and sweep into the grands?
Yeah, I always say the loser bracket isn't the end of everything, but the teams are in that lower bracket now.
Oh, yeah.
It's kind of scary. So please win if you're in the side.
Yeah, a little back and forth with Concord and Maryville before that we've seen in these opens. Not as much footage against WVU there, but still plenty of chances depending on who moves out from that if Concord go down to the lower bracket. But they don't want to think about ifs. We talked about it before, Novanta. This is the team that has gotten probably the most reverse sweeps this season out of any squad. And Concord, they know that every individual game they got to take as their own instance and make sure they focus on the bigger picture instead of anything else.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's kind of a cool thing for them. And granted, any coach would tell you, you don't want to rely on reverse sweeps all the time. You really want to have those dominating performances every once in a while. That's how dominating performances start. What a chip shot from Samas.
There we go. Samas, perfect touch, dribbling it around the defense, taking them for a turn. I did not expect that to come through at the opening hour of game 3, but that's the first time we've seen a lead from this Concord squad. They weren't able to get more than a single goal in game 1, 0 in the last one. So a great way to turn and change their fate in this game.
Yeah, that right there was kind of interesting because a lot of time the shots on frame from Concord is pretty much straight on or using more horizontal or vertical lines. That one was kind of a diagonal, and I think Northwood was expecting something else. It may have a strategy there brewing, Concord, if you find a way to replicate that moving forward.
Well, they're looking to replicate as best as they can. A decent pass to play into the center, and if Crispy was in position, would have been an easy goal. But it's not going to be that easy to take down this Northwood roster. They haven't played from behind so far in this series, and they're not trying to do it for long hockey. But good bounce back there.
I think they were waiting for you to say that, man, just to make sure that Castle Curse was there on kill. Out of the corner, down the middle, right there, game 1 style, and that's ourselves another tight game. And it looks like Northwood's waking up.
They are waking up. They are ready to see how things are going to be in their favor for the rest of the season. People have been doubting them the entire time, except the Danger Tackle, as we were talking about from Champ League, putting them still at his number 1. And a lot of us put Concord there instead. The old versus the new in CRL. Well, it seems the old dogs, they've learned a few new tricks this open.
I will say this, though. A lot of times teams kind of get stuck in a certain style of play. It really becomes their undoing. Not so much in the collegiate, but definitely in regions. But Northwood is reinventing here. We'll say, you know what, even if they win or don't win, it's one of the most unique aspects of taking on a team and saying, how can we throw out the formula? How can we be stronger? How can we be better?
Well, I think they figured that out for now. And we'll see if that evidence comes to bear throughout the rest of this game, and if this series is extended for Northwood's sake, for Concord. I'll talk a little bit more about them. Playing a bit more passive in this game, not wanting to overextend as we've talked about before, and that's exactly the strategy we want to see from them. Yes, they got scored on from a counterattack with Hockey having a wide open opportunity, but this is a good one from the side of Concord and Crispy. We talk about every time leading the charge, and he needs to captain their team to victory.
Crispy has been covering so much ground throughout the series. I kind of wish you had Helix playing a little bit further up, but you know what? That's just the wish list here from this particular caster, and that was not the line. A last grass effort there. A major save there for Northwood.
I don't know how that one didn't go in, but the post saves the day as the best defender in Rocket League yet again. And still, the onslaught of offense from Northwood continues. It does fizzle out for now, though. Off the ceiling with a touch. Might have been dangerous if Sunil didn't get anywhere on it. And that could have been the lead for Concord. They definitely want that one back. Sunil might have a chance. Tried to fake out Simas, but was not working in their favor that time. Plenty of boost to work with, though. Gets a pass 1 and 2, a good pass over the Helix, but no, wide open opportunity. They still follow up on it, but it should have been a goal initially.
Yeah, I'm with you there. I should have been a shot on a little bit wide. I was almost clutching my pearls going the other way, but got to give credit for not going back on rotation and following up on the rear side to make sure that goes in. But it's a good thing that you had a partner that saw that coming.
A good thing indeed. Simas, the main star of the show for their team this time in Helix. Another open net by the wayside, crossbar and away. The backboard playing no favors for Concord this time. And 50 seconds and some change remaining in game 3. For all Concord fans to hold their breath and hope for them to hold the line against this Northwood offense.
Yeah, unfortunately, the Northwood scoring woes are rearing its ugly head again after the Brazil. What a dime. 3-1. I thought it was going to be cleared away there, Bob, but nope, nothing doing.
3 goals, a hat trick for Simas, and nobody can stop this man when he starts cooking. A great meal delivered on the line. Perfect to fill the hungry bellies of Concord as they are ready for a win in this series, ready for that potential comeback reverse sweep that we've been alluding to. Not really alluding to, talking about this entire time.
Hey, can we clip that? Not the goal, but your wordplay. Sunil brings it back within 1, and now we have ourselves a game.
Now we do. We talked about Zanil in the last 2 games, was waiting for them to do a little bit more in this one. The follow-up seemed to be the name of the game at this time, Novanta.
Yeah, that's what I was saying before the two goals that we just saw back to back. It was the scoring goals of Northwood are rearing its ugly head again. We had the Brazil in game 1, game 2, only 1 goal between both teams went by, and now we have ourselves a tight game, which could have been avoided if all of those advances at net went in there for Northwood.
Yes, it's a tight game, but it's still a 1-goal differential, and that need to go in for Creams. 10 seconds and less than that remaining. Hockey can't really do too much here. Actually denies access to his own teammate. Won the final opportunity, and it goes the other direction. That will be a win by Concord, but it could have been a tie game for Northwood.
It could have been, it would have been, it should have been, but that first 2.5 minutes, it was bone dry in that scoring department, and that's what bit them in the end.
Rough spot for Northwood in that game, but this is the comeback that we talked about for Concord this entire series. Been waiting for it to happen. Helix stepped up when it mattered with the 2 assists to their name, but Crispy really taking a backseat in this game. Not even 100 score to their name. Really expected maybe a little bit more, and that's why it was a lot closer than we anticipated. But only 4 shots from Northwood, the least we have seen this entire series from them.
Complete team performance over Concord. Anything we asked for, we got. Yeah, Crispy didn't get the point tally, but points don't really mean anything at the end of it. We saw Helix play up a little bit more, and Crispy acting really more like a decoy. We saw when Crispy had the ball, drew at least 1 defender, sometimes 2 defenders, and that opened up the space for them. Thing is, can they replicate that? Because that goal was only 1 opportunity away, or 1 opportunity away from scoring a goal to have ourselves a tie game.
Took a little bit too much time for Northwood to get their second goal, and I feel like that worked in the favor of Concord. If Concord can score early, get that initial push in this 4th game, well, this might be the time for them to shine against Northwood. And due to Northwood, what Northwood were able to do to Akron in a reverse sweep, which would be such an insane thing to see. We'll have to see if it goes down in this game number 4.
Yeah, I know it's a best of 5, but you don't have to play all 5 games, guys. You can win it in 4 or 3 games. It's possible.
Oh, goodness. Well, we go on another 5 minutes on the clock. No overtime so far, although I feel like these teams have been begging for it. At least Concord, as you talked about, that record for Northwood, not too friendly in OTs this season. Zanil looking for a bit better control. The demo in the midfield works out well for Concord. The race to the finish line for Crispy. Can't get the double touch, and Simas is in position, but kind of fizzles out a bit in the corner.
Yeah, I like the ideation, saying the touch is going to be too heavy or running out of room. Let me try the corner shot. Didn't work out for them, but being able to see and foresee what your team is going to do is really the antidote to some of the double commits we saw in the early games about trusting the rest of your squad.
We almost saw a full team commit from Concord that time. Flashbacks to previous matchups we've seen from them earlier on in this Open 1 and 2. But they have really matured as a roster, speaking of Concord, this entire season. It's their first time as a roster, but they still make the same mistakes as before. Overcommit lead to another goal, this one for Creams.
Yeah, sometimes that bend, don't break will sometimes break right in front of you. That was something you could say was easily avoided, but more, gotta give credit to Northwood there to making sure it didn't do anything fancy by trying to have an exclamation point with that goal. Just getting it past the net and open the scoring here.
First minute, same as the first 2 games for the most part for Northwood, starting with the lead. We know how they play from behind. They weren't able to come out on top, but also Concord. Last time we saw the lead early from Northwood, they had no answers in their playbook. Had to throw it out, recycle it, and look for something new. And, well, maybe they keep going back to the basics because, again, these rotations getting broken down at barely. Goal line saved by Helix.
Yeah, that's easier said than done a lot of times. So you get kind of used to a certain kind of chemistry and a kind of way of playing, kind of what playbooks are, and then understanding it's not working in the run of play with different teams, especially stronger teams this season. There's a lot about the resolve here in CRL.
The resolve needs to be ironclad from Concord on defense. And that's a great touchdown for Creeves. An amazing save, though, from Crispy. Sent right to him, otherwise would have been a goal.
I thought it was, Vod. I really did. And it was an epic save was the only difference there because he did everything right. Came top down, a unique angle. No one was there except for the last guy right on the line.
Almost on the line for the halfway point of game 4. And still, the death timer rings true against Concord. If they can't score 2 goals, they do go down into that lower bracket to play the winner of Maryville and West Virginia. We have seen the West Virginia result before, the Battle of West Virginia, mind you, as Concord are from that state, and they won it last time. But both those teams have been doing quite well for themselves in that lower bracket run.
Yeah, I think lower bracket score, that was a great time. Another medal for Crispy for the savior and takes 3 saves already here. Yeah, that Battle of West Virginia was pretty good. And oh my goodness me, forget the bang bang plays. How about roll the ball into the net plays? Those count too, right?
Yeah, we don't need to talk about the lower bracket too much longer because, well, we might be seeing Concord there instead. And this might be a cleanup by Northwood. The way that Zanil has been able to be so clinical every single game, 4 goals in the first and at least a goal every one afterwards. He has been the difference maker for Northwood this time. And when Zanil is unleashed, nobody can stop this Northwood roster.
Yeah, no one ever suspects a silver 2 goal, but hey, they count as much as the bang ones. Still go advantage there for Northwood. They have to go for 3 because we know how sometimes they let their opponents back into the game, but the clock happens right now.
Wow, what an amazing passing play for Concord. You could see it develop behind the mind's eye of their roster. Crispy with the 50 perfectly timed out. Hockey couldn't get the finish, and Simas there with the perfect shot again. This is the comeback we need from Concord. They're a long way from that end state that they want to be into a game 5.
Yeah, very good decision making. You could have done the rotation back, but able to have that trifecta in the corner is really risky because if you miss, you open yourself up to concede another one, but now they're back in this.
Rough spot again off the kickoff for Concord. They do have still a decent length of time. They can get this away for now, barely touched, but that's all they really needed to deflect it away. Simas with it dropped down to Helix. Miscommunication though. Creams going for the double tap. Both players having to go up for the ball instead. Barely cleared out to the other direction. And that could have been game, set, and match if it went through.
Absolutely. That was a bit too complicated. It was an easy shot if it was a straight on one, but going for the double tap pretty much wasted too much time, and that was why no one scored there.
Less than a minute remains for Concord to stay alive in the upper bracket, still have a second life. If they keep this going in this series longer, they have to time things up, send it to our first overtime of the upper final. And instead, they send it into the midfield. Crispy can't get the bump. Simas is not there. The demo comes through against them. And all odds are stacked in the other direction in favor of Northwood. Might be last second heroic, so we see the touch, the fake out comes, but nobody's in position.
Oh man, golden opportunity. How about a platinum opportunity to do some real damage?
Time ticking down. One final shot off the back wall and touchdown at will in mere moments. And Northwood, as we talk about the inevitability, strike true for the first time this season to go through the upper bracket into the grand finals.
I don't know what to say, Vod. If I'm a Northwood Blue supporter, I'm just always on the edge of my seat, heart's beating fast. You never get a comfortable win with that squad, but they get the series win after the Brazil. It was all tight quarters after that one. Good play all around, even though they were tested plenty of times in this one.
And we got to talk about that first game, the way we saw things go down. I mean, insane performance across the board for these teams, but game number 1, 7 goals to 1 was a statement made by Northwood, and Concord, unfortunately for them, they just could not find their footing after that. They were shocked and shell-shocked afterwards, and they still tried to put up a fight, didn't get a goal in game 2, and were only able to get a little bits and pieces here and there. They got a game at least, so that helped them. But it's the exact same result we saw last time, a 3-1 victory for Northwood, and Concord still can't figure out this roster.
Well, the thing about Concord, what I really like, and I still do, is that they are kind of like effective quicksand. They find a way to put their opponents in the corners, slow down the run in front of net, and then counterattack for their way to score. So you had a team like Northwood, you had the scoring barrage, Concord doubled down on that strategy, and it worked at a point. They had that one game to their series tally there, but ultimately it was Northwood decided to go to the skies, to go off the walls, to really push forward. It was a bit too fast. They found a way out that quicksand. But that said, though, that's definitely two teams that had tape, that had history, and found a way to be the antidote for each other's strategies.
eventually Concord might find that piece to the puzzle to take down their opponents here. But again, we do have to bring in our analyst Kendo and our host in Seb. And I want to throw this one to Kendo first. Kendo, we actually didn't curse Northwood this time because the whole desk didn't go against them.
Yeah.
But Concord, I don't think we expected them not to show up as well against this Northwood roster.
Show up is one thing, be able to control the ball whatsoever is another, and that was the biggest issue that I had with a lot of what we saw from Concord. The loose touches, especially in their own defensive third, ended up being what destroyed them at the tail end of this match. They couldn't get the ball consistently enough beyond midfield, which was where a lot of the battleground for possession was, in order to get the shots that were required to beat a Northwood that was, well, 7-1's an extremely impressive scoreline, but they were hammering them with pressure in the mid, taking the ball off the nose, and if you're already giving the ball away in your own third, you're not doing yourself any favors.
Yeah, I'm looking at also hi bud. I'm looking at how this went. First of all, I know Taco is like reveling right now in all of our bad predictions and all of our power rankings. He's feeling like king of the world. One thing is, like, I know that Concord, yes, they struggled especially with the control. I do want to give the flowers to Zanil. This is easily one of the best series that I've seen from him in a good bit. I mean, we saw the last goal where it was just, he got the absolute perfect 50 I think I had ever seen from him, just a straight up muscling through all of the defensive rotation, forces it through into the net. This is one where it's like, as time goes on, I don't want to discredit the win by any means, Vaughn, but the Mickey bracket continues to kind of solidify itself with Open 2 a little bit as more and more results start to come through.
I don't want to hate, but I'm going to hate.
But listen. Navata, Northwood, they are in prime position now. We talked about this is their last chance to get an actual open win before nationals. They are the first grand finalists here. This is their opportunity.
Absolutely. They're in a favorable position as it is, but talking about an open you have to win for the statement aspect of it, yeah. So we might be a part of a historic moment there, Seb, and what I saw from Northwood today, they're willing to try different things, more aggressive things that make that a possibility and reality.
And they do kind of play defensively at times, but it's nice to see that they are changing. Kendo, I'm sorry that your prediction kind of went, but
hey, I'll be the hero in this situation. You all have been trying to curse Northwood this entire time. Taco goes out on the limb, says, hey, Northwood, still number one. Guess what? You all wanted to go down the line and say Northwood are gonna win? I wanted to put that in Northwood's favor. You know
Listen,
what?
we are analysts for a reason. We have an analyst for a reason. We analyze what is in front of us. All right, the bracket in front of us. Northwood looking sick, and they continue to look sick as Kendo pulls out the Jack boys here, but. That will be our first matchup. It is the upper final. Now we will be going to the losers final. We're going to be taking a short break as we all sort of just process what happened. Can't remember the last time Concord got Braziled, if ever, but it was something that indeed happened. Next up, it will be WVU as they look to prove everyone wrong through the lower bracket, going up against Maryville. This is the CRL. We'll be right back.
Comes from nowhere, makes you wonder if you lost control, leaves you breathless, changes what you think is possible. Got me too. Brought me to you. It's got you too. Your magic's true. Your magic's true.
hit you with the bleed blue. Let me hit you with the Let me hit you with the Yo, let me hit you with the bleed blue. Let me hit you with the
you no more. I don't need 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 you. I don't need you no more. You no more. Bitch. You know I don't need you.
Welcome back, everyone, to the CRL. We are finally done with match one. It was, I will say, not an upset, but I think a matchup that is continuing to define itself in Northwood versus Concord. The 1 and 2 seed are starting to come closer together. In fact, they are tied at the moment in points. Ooh. Let's take a look at our bracket, at how it stands now, because of course, since we have finished our upper final, the only thing that we have left to take care of is that lower side of the bracket. Our grand finalist, our first one, is already in there in Northwood, coming in from the upper side. And now at the bottom end, 3 remain in West Virginia, Maryville, and Concord. And y'all, Navanta, starting with you on that bottom side, I see 2 killers, and then West Virginia, which still is trying to do something.
Whoa, the disrespect, because I see 3 killers, Seth. 3, man. Listen, I go hard for West Virginia because I do think people underestimate them, even though they are the weakest of the 3. So this could be the pool of death. You know what I'm saying?
Sure. Fair enough. We'll leave it there. But we saw our upper final match, and now we're going to be moving on to the lower semifinal with WVU versus Maryville. Both looking to regain a past glory that they had earned for themselves. WVU, it's been a long road. The double elimination bracket is not too kind to them. Vaudable, as we continue to see, is this the time that we actually get to see something changed? Will they finally prove that they have something to show us?
I feel like they have proven already. I mean, the last time, yes, we talk about, the Mickey bracket. We keep going back to that. This will be the last time we talk about it. WVU did make top 3 in that one. Yes, they lost to Concord in a 3-0 sweep, but they took some important wins. They beat Northwood, mind you, and then they beat Ball State afterwards. Maybe a little bit less important on that one. But what's more important here, Seth, is that West Virginia reverse swept Maryville in the upper bracket yesterday to make it into today. All of us had questions on if they would be the only team consistent enough to make it through uppers every open, and they have proven it that they have done it this time and beaten Maryville already.
Okay, I love you, Vaude, but you got to remember, this is like the day one merchants that we're talking about right now. Yes, they could have the best series in the world, but it's day one. This is day 2. This is a completely new animal. Kendo, Maryville are a team that I would say has not necessarily struggled, but clearly not the same team that we saw from Open 1. Is this a road that we're actually going to see them fulfill? Are they going to regain that glory and be the first 2-time here?
I do agree that the dialogue on Maryville is a lot of teams are figuring out what it is that they do well, and they're learning how to stop that. Here's the thing. There are times where West Virginia find ways to stop themselves. And I don't mean that in disrespect. This is a team that will look like world beaters. They'll go all the way to a world championship final one day, and the very next day, they will dismantle themselves like a wardrobe malfunction. So I don't think the issue in this matchup is going to be Maryville. I think you're going to get the same consistent Maryville that you've always gotten, and that's going to be the most important thing.
Well, I think it will come down to this series. I think so much of their form going into national championships is going to go into this series. Let's get to predictions. Navanta, I'm curious as to where you're going to be. You're a fan of both, so I'm interested.
It's interesting because both teams want to do better. I can't say redemption arcs because that's something we say all the time about every single squad, but maybe, just maybe, one of these teams are trending downward. And that's the case, I gotta see Maryville is. I'm going West Virginia for this one. I think West Virginia finds a way to pull a rabbit out of their hat and get the dub here today.
Kendo, where do you see this?
I mean, I think we already know where I'm going with this one. Give me Maryville. West Virginia have their work cut out for them. I do think that they are a team that can put themselves in a great spot. The thing is, you're going to have to win 2 in order to do anything. All these teams are playing for seeding. You're going to have to beat West Virginia. You're going to have to beat Concord, conversely, afterward in order to put yourself into the 3rd seed. And for any of this to mean anything, they're not playing for something. Who cares? Give me Maryville.
Oh my god.
Okay, Bob, go ahead.
Wow. Okay. Well, I want to go back to the history books here for a second and note that every time Maryville have come through the lower bracket, they have not made it into that lower final. They have been knocked out every single time, and we have seen WVU play against teams, and whenever they beat a team, they usually beat them multiple times. They haven't lost to Maryville ever, and this will be the time for them to show that they can do it yet again. I think they need to take this in 4, but I definitely expect it to go to 5 if WVU can get that win.
So listen, yes. Statistics may prove you right, Vaude, in some cases, and in some cases not. But at the same time, I refuse to be lulled into a sense of belief for this team. I refuse to somehow believe that they have any hype behind them right now, because every time I do, and this has been multiple times now since Summer
true.
Series 2023, I have been disappointed. Give me Maryville. They're going to crush the hopes and dreams of WVU and send them home today. What?
Because of heartbreak? Is that the reason? You're just going to...
No,
I have been disappointed.
I have been disappointed many times. I'm done. As Taco said, I'm done. I'm done believing. So those are our predictions for this lower semifinals. It's a split desk all the way through, and we wouldn't have it any other way. Both these teams are on such even footing going into this match. West Virginia looking to prove everyone wrong at the end of the road. Maryville struggling but can never be counted out in these brackets. It's our lower semifinal. Casters, take it away.
The joy that is West Virginian Rocket League, going up the consistency that the European Union provides. West Virginia against Maryville, and you have a flash in the pan at times from West Virginia, Navanta. But let me tell you, Maryville's consistency can be just as bad as it is good.
Well, you know, I don't have much knowledge about West Virginia. I'll say Charleston's pretty cool, but that says we got ourselves a main event clash here today, Kendo.
Indeed we do, and I'm excited for it. As I have said in the preface, Maryville are very consistent. They are grinders, and at times their consistency can be concerning in both ways, and that's going to be my worry for Maryville. How do they come out in this game number one? Why? Because they've looked a little bit shaky. They had to reverse sweep at one point in order to get to this spot. I don't think if you go down a couple against West Virginia, you come out with a win.
No, hedge your bets now before you're like, oh, Maryville all day. Now like, I'm concerned. I'm not sure. Ball don't lie there, Ken. We're going to find out who's the stronger team. And no seconds flat. I thought that was going to be a goal there, but Knight, first save of the game.
I definitely take the consistency and the grind mentality that comes from Maryville over what can be West Virginia at times. They look amazing. And at times, they leave me baffled, wondering what are they going to do wrong next. They haven't been doing much wrong on the day. We'll see if they're able to continue to look stellar again. Folks, they are going to need not only the victory here will draw them even on points, but the tiebreaker, 3v3 ranked average, goes to Akron Blue for fourth, and you're going to be facing Akron Blue regardless if you're fourth and fifth.
Well, to the credit of Maryville right now, is that ball moving pretty good. It's a ball moving in Maryville against the defense on the line against West Virginia. So we're seeing a lot more of these fantastic creative setups from that orange side, but just getting stopped down at the line. So that's why we don't really have any score to talk about at this point. Almost 2 minutes have gone by in this one, but you know it's only a matter of time before the levees broke either way or the other.
Also some middling aerial play, and West Virginia have seen a majority of the pressure on their side of the pitch, but Maryville haven't done very much with it. Case in point, the shot we just saw, not too much follow-up behind it. Sure, 4 shots on as we are approaching halftime. You don't want to shake a stick at it, especially when you're limiting the opposite team to only one. First one goes in, it's speed.
Well, it's a little bit kind of hard, but heavy touch doesn't hit the crossbar, but sometimes the crossbar gets out of the way, very rarely, but doesn't matter. And now we have ourselves a first goal, not of the game, but the series after almost 2.5 minutes elapsed there, Kendo.
Off kickoff, it is going to be Angel. A quick turnaround would be a wonderful thing, but relating wave there to keep things steadfast on the defensive end. Another push, high into the zone, and Tool gonna choose to take this one down. It's a concern to me, though, Navanta. They are continuing to press in the midfield, do very little follow-up. I'd like to see a short pass to transition out of their own zone.
You know, I understand the defensive idea what West Virginia is doing of the high belt line, right? You want to be able to cut the pitch in half and put everything on the pressure of Maryville to take an aerial around you, and that takes time and energy. But you're absolutely right. You having the high line but not scoring on your own, only putting yourself in a position where that may turn to desperation, especially as you get into the last minute or so in this contest, and that could have been a mistake if there ever was one. Thankfully, Angel gets out of the way.
course, the concerning stat line still at this point with a minute and a half left in game number 1 is the fact that West Virginia still have only tallied 2 shots on net, and both of them have not been very threatening. The aerial play, while it's been extravagant, it's lovely to look at, it has been predictable, and they're going to have to shake things up if they want to change the score line. That being said, what we've seen out of Maryville has not been as threatening either. Relating web almost around 1, but steadfast defense by Matter won't be enough in the face of this ball dangling down in the box. Matter will make up for it though, sweeps it away.
So this right here is kind of heartbreaking because you said this thing that I was thinking that at the same time is that it really wasn't creative play, but they found a way, right? They went top down vertical, didn't get it on target, and so you find a way to beat all 3 defenders and then you don't score. That is the thing that makes you lose games, and that's the thing any coach will run through you with the drills come Monday in the practice pitch.
There's Knight, routine save to the corner, will keep things clean as far as the defensive score line. Mere 30 seconds to go. Relating wave continues the pressure into the offensive zone, and this is exactly where Maryville want to keep everything. They want to continue to stymie West Virginia in their own zone. Relating wave, Tool has the backboard well guarded. Angel looking for Tool, but again, it's a little disjointed as far as the passes they would like to commit. They're still having to go through 3 layers of defense after getting through the initial thrust of the midfield. 1 is all it takes though, and Angel's gonna find it off the pad.
Well, they always say goals have to come in bunches if you want to win. You have that 1-goal lead. It's not much of a lead at all because the last gasp effort, and we have ourselves the equalizer there.
And it's got to be a whole very bittersweet for Maryville. They looked so good in 1 defensive lapse. All it will take to send us to overtime. West Virginia, sigh of relief, but they're not done. Here comes Matter off the kickoff. We'll be able to go low, and what a ground pitch! Matter's gonna take matters into his own hands!
Oh, this was about creative play, right? Going all the way up, drawing to the defense, and just doing, well, kind of a plan C. I can't really call it a plan B. Anyway, bottom row is 9 there. It's 2-1. And I'll tell you about that, Kendo. You asked for it. You wanted creative plays, and you got it. This time in overtime.
But it took till the last 5 seconds of regulation till we finally see a pass that arguably was predictable. But in hindsight, oh my, did West Virginia decide to turn it on at the tail end.
Yeah, deliver it in the back door like mail on Sunday. Now, if you're Maryville, what goes through your mind? You had that lead, and you blinked twice, and you lost the game. What has to be shored up in game 2? Well, I can tell you this. You got to be a little bit more selfish. I understand distribution. I understand using the pitch to your advantage, but take some single plays. Have someone beat on the defensive line and shoot yourself, because if you keep passing that ball around, it's going to be a bad day for you.
I talked and touted Maryville's consistency throughout, and it would have looked very good if they would have made that save at the end, and they just did not. The defense giving West Virginia the time when, in all honesty, they were doing what you need to do against a team that wants to take it continuously to the air. You have to get in their face. You cannot allow a team as creative, as mechanical as West Virginia to have free reign. They let it go for a mere 20 seconds, and what happens? They end up getting scored on twice in short order. They lose a game 1 where they had a lot of control.
Boy, you talk about control. It has to come back here. We roll over to Utopia Coliseum, because if you let your opponent score late and in bunches, you may open a door to a scoring hit parade or barrage. So it's up to you now more than ever to lock that down and nip it in the bud.
We'll see how Maryville are able to recover. I know, emotions-wise, I don't feel very good for them.
You have emotions? Wow.
You know, there are times I wonder if I'm an animatronic object. But no, that's James bot, not Kendo bot. We'll see how Maryville recover. Won't be able to get the goal in that first 30 seconds, but majority of the pressure early on.
Yeah, I love it though. Oh, wow, that could have been a back pass chipped in. But yeah, using the walls to your advantage, taking around the lip is something that's important because we've seen how West Virginia is also, much like the Concord squad, being able to stop down offensive attacks in the corner, slow down pace. So good idea to have that in your back pocket, how to get around plays like that.
Love seeing the fact that we have West Virginia chaining together some of those short passes in the midfield in order to get through what has been a great wall forecheck. Fool's going to miss out. Routine double tap for Knight. Maryville on the board.
Yeah, that is the kind of statement goal you needed because of that game one. So we saw Knight using creativity to pass one defender and the technical prowess on the other end. That says, look, not only are we locked in, we're going to make sure this ball goes in because we ain't going out like that, sucker.
I can definitely dig it. I know that much.
And
Knight and Speed working together. Won't be able to find the ground pinch. I think they were thinking their own personal matter impression. Won't be able to bring it to full form. Look a little more fluid than solid to the offensive rotation as West Virginia going to bring this one right on back. Angel with the stop. Won't be able to get by your relating wave, and things have kind of returned to what was the status quo early on in game number one. Both teams really not enabling each other in the midfield. They are early on some of these possessions. Great read by Knight to stop the pass.
Kind of like Maryville's tower defense strategy, right? They score the goal first. They basically go up to the end of their upper third, and they are willing to go aerial to stop any ball that get even near the net or goal. It's frustrating to the opponent on the other side of that, and it makes it get someone at the game, but maybe I'm wrong, because Tool says, here's your answer, it's one apiece.
A little bit too close to each other. Relating wave. Last one back, kind of in no man's land. Needs to go back all the way or challenge early. The hesitance ends up being the downfall and the correction on the score line. We are 1-1, getting closer to that ever-present halftime. And as far as the shot count, polar opposite, 7-3 in favor of West Virginia. They'll be the ones out of the gates fast.
Can you imagine if Rocket League had halftime shows? That'd be pretty cool. I don't know, just pull over for 2 minutes and have a song break or something. But you're absolutely right. So we were seeing the script happen again, but now on a shorter timeline. This isn't Maryville getting the one goal and having to leave at 3.5 minutes. You blink, you miss it. We're already back at one apiece, and now West Virginia is threatening, and they did, much like in game one.
Oh, and a giveaway by Matter. Speed's gonna take full advantage of that. Gonna take a lead.
Well, that's no longer a threat. That's a promise. That is just a clumsy clear. Not enough, and Speed doesn't do a whole lot, but does quite enough to make it 2-1.
You gotta give a little bit of credit to Relating Wave. Put it in a solid position. Made things awkward for West Virginia. Just enough finesse to finagle the defense into thinking they needed to make a more of a possessive touch than they actually did. Keeping in the corner might have been the answer, but right now it's answers of a different variety that West Virginia need. It's Knight through the corner. Will not be able to get by the defense. I'm noticing a lack of boost at times by West Virginia. I'm still trying to figure out where that comes in as Relating Wave finds the bump and Speed the shot, but Matter the defense.
I'm not even sure Matter knew where they were. It was one of those, like, I'm gonna hit every button at once and hopefully catch the ball. Catch it, they did. You don't get too many of those in the game, but it's always fun to watch. It's pure desperation there in the line.
Much like me back in my FGC days. Hit all the buttons and hopefully it sticks. And speaking of sticking, the team pinch, Speed was able to push it forward, but I had a couple of questions. I still have questions because here comes Matter. You definitely have to get on that ball fast. We've already seen Matter break the defense with a ground pinch. Definitely capable of doing it. Again, you got to put respect on the name. Here comes Knight. One corner to the other, Relating Wave, a little bit of distance, goes to the backboard. And all three members of West Virginia in the defensive box. They'll try to stretch themselves out. Relating Wave quickly to put them back on their haunches.
Definitely feels like an inverse of that first game, but I don't think frustration is necessarily on the minds of both teams, but we're seeing a lot more aggressive plays to poke that ball out of any kind of offensive run.
Oh, and there is Knight. Knight was going to be able to put this one away, utilizing the backboard. Relating Wave understands we have them in transition, make this difficult, and finds Knight in a glorious position.
Like we said, you got to make yourself not only win a game, but have a statement game, and statement goals are a part of that. This starts now for this arc.
Relating Wave off the kickoff, an early control by Maryville. They want to put game 2 away and leave game 1 as an asterisk. Speed keeping control, and this is a glorious own goal by Tool. Somebody clip that one.
Yeah, that's going to be the icing on this one. Speed goes all around, gets stopped up there. The ball was loose, and you thought it was going to be enough to be cleared away, but having one extra one is A-okay by my standards.
Well, 9 seconds, kind of a foregone conclusion at this point, but I am by no means thinking that this is all over, because both of these teams have come out with a shout. They've been able to get their punches in. We will see who is able to come out on top in games 3 through 5, and I'm almost guaranteeing at this point there's probably going to be a 5.
Well, you know, you said Maryville. In fact, I'm starting to come over your side. I feel a little bit more like Kendo as this series rolls on, because Maryville found a way to really answer back of game 1. They have their own answer for game 2. This might be the momentum they need. I may have to change my vote.
No flip-flopping. I know it's political season. We don't want to go that far into
my
some of
casting
the dangers
compadre.
that is the human side. I love it, my brother. Oh, mercy. But, you know, I noted at around halftime, and we'll take a look one more time at the shot stat. I'll try not to go back to the well too many times, folks, but I had noted at halftime, 7-2. End of game, we're looking at 13-8. From halftime on, West Virginia, only a single shot. They weren't able to muster the same level of control, and it's concerning to me because I saw them string together the tiki-taka pass play in the midfield to get through some of the Maryville forecheck.
Yeah, so we saw in game 1, and even though I'm actually playing but the whole flopping over to Maryville, I still think West Virginia has the path of victory here. They kind of hung back. They're trying to say, okay, Maryville didn't have control. We're going to be that counterattack kind of offense, and Maryville didn't make the mistakes. Yeah, they got something. They got one goal. It wasn't a complete shutout, but that strategy does not work. What is their plan C moving forward?
Well, game number 3 rhymes with T, I guess. So we'll see how everything turns out. One thing's for sure, both these teams still have the seize the day mentality. You want to make the adjustments that it takes and to hammer down the adjustments that have already worked. If you're Maryville, off the kickoff, they are already going to be pressurizing the offensive zone all night.
Oh, so it looked like Tool was trying to do the squishy save, got in position, and then whiffed it on the way out, and that is just embarrassing, brother, man. But either way, Maryville opened the scoring.
Caution saying good night too early, but if Knight is given that much time, one of the best in the Midwest will put together quite the offensive display. Here comes Knight. Working together with Speed, it will be a loose ball, quickly jumped on by Angel, but Relating there is there to read the wave that has been the control of this ball. I say that, but things getting a little bit squirrely after a couple extra touches. No squirrely shot, however. Speed had a screen from Knight. Big save.
Yeah, I'm sorry to call that. When you see individual efforts kind of seemingly out of nowhere, that's a telltale sign of confidence besieging your opponents. You got to watch out for that. But thankfully, we got a little bit of the aggressive nature back in game 2 in here in this one, and no one is allowing that to happen. But knock, right down the middle of the door, Knight makes it a double.
Wearing the American flag, let me show you why I'm the NA representative of Maryville. That is Knight coming through and looking like a leader on the pitch. We're only a minute and a half into game number 3, and already Maryville holding true to what we saw at the tail end of the last.
Well, the one thing we know before that 2-goal lead isn't that much, and now it's cut in half. Angel cleans up the trash with a slicer from the side.
Speed maybe needed to slow down on that defense. Definitely needed to make the save, but a lack of control ends up being the assist for the wrong team. A relative pick 6. We'll see this lead cut in half as Relating Wave finding Knight. No, Speed was up as well. Chance for a counterattack, but it's going to be quelled.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, quell, that's a good word. Oh, man. I stopped my castle right in the middle of it. The quell is a dope word. But you're absolutely right, though, Kendo, because you hit the nail on the head about what it means to have a heavier so touch. All you really needed in that situation was to go wheels up, and you would have a chance to go the other way. And now you let your opponents back into a contest. You could have shut the door early on.
Ooh, lack of boost for Relating Wave. He's going to move this ball up, and Speed quickly in through the mid to continue the ball forward. A mistouch and a goal. Matter's going to get credit, but take a look at the contact.
Well, that is the reason why early goals don't really mean much. If you let your opponent back into this one, a little bit of skill, a little bit of happenstance, and now we have ourselves a tied game once more.
I got no problem with the challenge by Knight. It just ends up being the downfall because the 50 pinch very purely went the way of Matter. So now, just as quickly as Maryville look to be in a controlling position, they find themselves on the back foot, lost of momentum, but still a winning scoreline as it is 2-2, ever closer to that half mark. Oh, very close. Poole gonna bring this one across. Angel jumps on the ball, won't be able to get by Speed. Another Matter coming through the midfield, trying to hem this ball in the side, but that corner, that's where the ball goes to die. Relating Wave takes it all the way back. It's Speed from the slot. He shoots, he scores.
Yeah, once you draw two of your defenders in that corner, you might as well call it a free shot. It was just too many blue cars just piling up across each other. There was no one there doing the defensive work, and now Maryville's back in front.
Definitely not a place you want to leave the ball. Speed is lethal from there. Well, they say Speed kills, but Speed is lethal everywhere is what I will say. You don't want to give anyone on this pitch for either team the ability to have a clear net, and despite everyone being cleared out, Angel's going to take this one across. Chance for the counterattack. Tool gets this down to Matter, and Speed is able to make the save.
Oh man, that crossbar, I might be going for autographs after this game because that was the only thing that was stopping that for being a free goal, the pass and the run, and that's knocked away by Matter. And so we're getting a little bit the opposite. Instead of a lack of scoring opportunities, we're getting an abundance of them.
Both teams starting to stretch their legs. We're seeing back and forth on the possession of this ball. Speed getting the critical reset, will be able to keep this in the corner. Relating Wave only needs one more, but Tool is going to scream across to keep this ball out.
Oh, that's unfortunate. You do all that work and the net's about the size of a thimble, and that could have been a follow-up opportunity. Speed with one, not enough.
Everyone will fumble the ball on the goal line. We see this ball continue to be pushed forward as Angel will find Tool from the slot. It's going to be placed across by Knight, but a retention by Angel may be dangerous until Speed breaks this one down in the box. Here comes Relating Wave. They're going to be happy to just clear this out through mid. A little bit of an inverse flip. You don't want to call it quite the psycho, but Speed is going to retain the pressure, and this is exactly where they want to be, up by one.
A little bit of a disrespectful shot there, you know, kind of feeling yourself. But we said one thing in this series, that a one-goal lead isn't much of a lead at all. So you're seeing everyone put cars forward. It is no time for defense. It's go, go, go.
Now Relating Wave, chance to bring this down. Speed probably could have gone for it. Elects to go a little bit slower just to maintain pressure. They are up by one and just need to keep that lead for 15 more seconds. Ball in the offensive zone. Tool, the 50-50, will not go far beyond. Here comes Knight. Big shot on. Matter will be able to get by Relating Wave, who's got this one forward for Matter. They have a touch towards the mid and almost the own goal, but Maryville remains steadfast.
The own goal would have been the perfect icing. This weird topsy-turvy cake, but it was all for naught. Maryville is on series point, much like how half the desk had predicted. But West Virginia shows us a little bit of what they can do if they have the time and space to make things work for them.
I'm over here. I got dyslexia on my notes somewhere in here because now I'm mixed up between Maryville and West Virginia. No doubt in my mind who is up. Maryville put themselves in prime position, and the fact that this is a best of 5 is going to go a long way in determining just how far West Virginia need to go. Do I believe that West Virginia have what it takes? I see a lot of the ingredients for pushing through a Maryville team, but they're going to have to get through with team play. It cannot be just one player like Matter the ground pinch.
Whoa. That just raises the question. What ingredients do you see, Kendo? Because I see some ingredients as well. But what are you thinking that West Virginia has to do now to put themselves in a Game 5 position?
I want to see what I saw in Game 2. And yes, you don't quite have what you would have liked from them in Game 2, and that the result did not go their way. But West Virginia showed me something in that they were able to string together possession. When it comes down to the stat lines, these two teams are borderline breakneck even. But when it comes to team play and possession, Maryville have been a class above. I need to see West Virginia moving together, especially through the midfield as a squad, because Maryville is already privy to their antics.
Yo, that was poetic. I like that. My notes are just bump relating wave. So maybe you're a lot more better than I am.
I actually wouldn't mind a little bit of physicality because there has not been as much as you would expect. A demo game will always be the meta, but we haven't seen it as much for either of these teams. And when we did see it, we saw the crossbar splitting on a cape to keep the slate clean. First 30 seconds, Wilby Knight looking to control. Had a brilliant first 30 seconds of the game number 3, but won't be able to see that to game number 4 encore.
Yeah, absolutely. You want to be able to have this series as short as possible. Maryville in the driver's seat, no pun intended, of course, but they have also shown they're able to stretch out their possession as well. Game 1 was very much close quarters, short passes. Now we're seeing the ball go anywhere they can to really put West Virginia on the back foot.
Speaking of the back foot, they could have been, but Knight is there. Cool. Up over 1, up over 2, relating wave. Last one back, routine play to the corner. They're going to have to make sure that there's a follow-up because we're starting to see West Virginia keeping their forecheck into the offensive third. Would have liked to have seen them keep it that way. Tool in no man's land. This is going to go all the way back, and it starts with a hesitation.
Yeah, coming up, comedy of errors or just farce. It was a shot on, Tool gets involved, and there's a pile up right in front of net last touch. I guess it goes in, but that is something you wouldn't want to clip.
And it really did all start with what could have been aggression out of Tool. They were the second one in, could have played it forward, but just didn't. And now, slow play, relating wave, it's 2-0.
Hey, this is the opposite of my tip of bumping rating wave, not giving space. Look at this. No one was near them, and they had a shot all day to make it 2 to 3 business days was the velocity on that ball, and now it's 2-0.
Nothing better than a changeup, especially when you have the fastball of speed from the slot going at you from the previous game. Here is Maryville, though. They're going to need a defensive effort. Relating wave is equal to the task, able to break it out in the midfield, but West Virginia is looming. They are not going away without a fight. Cool. Will retain. Almost gets the bump on speed. That could have been lethal.
Could have been, but it doesn't seem to have a secondary option. It's like, well, plan 1 is to score. And it's like, what happens if that doesn't work out? We don't know. Too many times we see those offensive runs, it gets stopped in mid-pitch, and there's never anyone there to pick up the pace or slack.
Oh, relating wave. Took 2 defenders in order to get the stop. They went high, they went low. Now where indeed will this ball go? As Angel, lack of boost, relating wave, charging in. Gets a little help from Matter, does Angel, in order to keep this out, but Tool's the only one there. Needs to pinch this one down, keeps it in the corner. We've reached halftime, and all of a sudden, West Virginia look very much on their heels. 0 shots through the first half.
Yeah, I think that's the most telling part about it. About half the game is gone, and we don't see nary a threat from half of the cars on the pitch right now. Maryville has a lot of things going for them. The question now becomes, can they seal this away in emphatic fashion?
Oh, a flick up and overnight. I'll be able to get by the push of Angel. Angel. And again, another weak touch immediately jumped on by Maryville. Knight has the angle down. Tool, big save to keep that one out. They've seen it up. They read it well.
Yeah, Tool was there. Again, not sure if they had enough booth to do enough. And the yard was knocked on the other side as well. So, yeah, Kendo, we're seeing desperation tactics come in. And there's a Trey, relating wave. The person who is still has all the time in the world to score does so.
My goodness, the hole continues to deepen itself, and it's coming from a midfield push that Maryville will not be denied. Relating wave, 5 shots now, has owned the pressure in the West Virginia zone and has even done some defensive things. They're going to wish he was there for that one, though. Angel going to cut into the lead.
Well, you know, 3 goals up without having a response could have been a dagger in some situations, but now getting on the board, 2 goals, 90 seconds, definitely possible, definitely doable. We've seen that plenty of times. West Virginia is still in this one.
A mere 92 seconds left on what could be West Virginia's chances to better their seed. They could also be extremely comfortable with where they are, knowing that they are in. But I would like to see West Virginia making the statement. Would like to see them really showing us that a decent chunk of the analysts are right. They're a team that can still turn it on when it matters.
Yeah, decent chunk. That's not going to be the name of my brand, but you're absolutely right. I mean, Kendall, here, as we were talking about, these opens have basically told these teams you got to be good over a long period of time. Oh, that was rattled right outside of the net. Going the other way now there, Kendall. It could be a shot on, and that's not to be denied.
Both teammates between Relating Wave and Speed were able to keep that one from making its way across the breach of the pond that was the goal line. Cool. Up early, leaves it for Relating Wave. Brilliant team play, but Matter won't be able to get the double tap down. 30 seconds is all that is left, and Knight is interfering with any cohesive thought that West Virginia would like to have in the offensive zone.
When you're down by so many with so little time left, every second can be felt in your heart. I know West Virginia is trying something, but it seems to be it's all for naught.
Oh, here is Speed. One more for the money. Can they clip on them? Relating Wave won't get the hat trick, but will get the assist. Knight the finish.
Wow, this right there is impossible. Angel did everything you can. You show you're locked in. You show you still care about the result, and it still leads to a goal. That is a spirit-breaking performance.
One team whose spirits have not been broken yet, Maryville. They look to solidify themselves. They do not like the slander that they have heard, that we are less than one of the best in CRL.
Well, I'm sorry, West Virginia. I thought you guys were going to win, and usually I'm never wrong, but today I was, until y'all forget I said this, and I can say I was right anyway. But we saw ourselves a complete performance. Maryville got smacked in the nose first, and then responded in kind. They do move on, and if I'm watching this series right now, I'm put on notice.
Wow. I love the fact that I feel a little vindicated. And I hate to toot my own horn, Nabanta, but I'm going to do it
Toot your
anyway.
own horn. No one's going to toot it for you. Toot your own horn. Toot,
not
toot.
only was what we saw consistency, it was a little bit of everyone who got involved. I think back to Game 3, where Knight got everything started on the right foot. I would say Knight, the differential in this one. Game 4, very obvious. Relating Wave made waves for this offense on every angle of the pitch. You even see the finish was going for the hat trick. Would have loved to have the hat trick, but instead will take an assist. The goal involvement by a Relating Wave was incredible. First 2 games, I got to give it to Speed, because Speed lived up to their namesake. Speed is one of the most dangerous characters in the slot. You cannot allow him to have open net opportunities, let alone a one-timer.
That's unfortunate for West Virginia. I think their night ends today. But what we're saying, well, as I was saying, was bumper leading wave. I was seeing that creeping up as the series was going on. Having a third option really be your secondary option. It only took a matter of time before they popped off, and they did right on cue. That's when you use everyone on your team in a starring role. Those become almost impossible to defend, and teams that do that tend to advance in opens like these.
Speaking of using everybody on your team in an important role, let's bring back in VOD, Seb, analyst, host. I mean, how y'all feeling about this?
VOD.
That's how I feel. I had hope. I was hopeful that WVU would do something, but no.
That's where you went wrong. That's not what you're supposed to do.
I know, Seb. You told me not to have hope, but as Canadians in Collegiate Rocket League, we have to have hope at some point. And I know we've been betrayed by our Canadian teams, but I thought WVU would be different, not being Canadian there, but it is what it is. And, that's how it goes.
Well, okay, other than the fact you somehow found a way to turn this on us, I guess, and bring Canada into this.
Okay.
Either way, all I'm saying is this is just par for the course, essentially, for WVU. I don't want to go too hard on it, but it's a matter of you believed and they make you regret it. And not to say that they didn't necessarily play well. I think this is so much a case of Maryville finally turning on the Jets, finally realizing that this is the team that they are. You have one of the best players in North America in Knight. You have speed and relating wave, firing on all cylinders. Frankly, even that, they were still making some mistakes. There was points where I saw them missing just straight up an open net or two, but it didn't matter. They were able to take full advantage against a WVU that couldn't really find that identity again, time after time, VOD, that we saw them in day one.
It's a rough spot for WVU because we saw some sparks of brilliance from them, especially in that first game where they looked so confident. But as you mentioned, this is the Maryville that we have been talking about all season. They had some struggles, of course, in non-CRL events recently where they lost in a grand final to ISU and still tried to do the best that they could. But, the cat here is here to come to the defense of Maryville and be like, I had Maryville the whole time. So that's what she's trying to say right now.
Hey, as an American, I hate being wrong, but I was wrong here today. Maryville found a way. They found the antidote and they move on. So props to them.
Go ahead, kind of.
I mean, if we're gonna just continue this Canada discourse, I just want to. That is way too cute. I want to put an end to the Canada discourse by, and singing.
Oh no! He's gonna sing.
Gosh.
He's gonna sing.
Seb, you're gonna hate me for this, by the way. Then we're casting together next one. But oh, Canada,
I stand on guard for
your
thee.
gameplay's really bland. I'm done.
We're all cringing for you, Seb. I love it.
All right. So anyway, other than the fact that WVU are essentially the CRL M80, we are going to be moving on to, I think that's what should probably happen right now. I think we're going to be moving on to what will be our lower final shortly. We're going to be taking a quick break so we can switch things up and get a bit more relaxed as VOD takes care of his cat. In the meantime, we're going to be bringing up the lower final in just a bit. This is the CRL. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, everyone. We played a little bit of musical chairs, and I'm the host of the show now, at least for this one series. So we
seen
got
that movie,
Kendo
yeah.
and Seb that'll be casting our next matchup. And of course, Novanta, we have been put into jail for our wrong predictions after we unfortunately went for WVU in that last series.
Jail.
Maryville got the victory at the end of the day there. And yes, I know we had hope, Novanta, for WVU to come out on top, but Maryville, they've looked back in the form we saw in Open 1.
Yeah, absolutely. I was in jail for like 20 seconds because someone sang the Canadian national anthem. We did a swap. I'm out free now. But no, you're absolutely right. I mean, they found a way to win. I can't knock Maryville. Hats off to them. They dug deep, and they actually are moving on this one.
Yeah, and that's our next matchup that we have coming up. But let's take a look back at the bracket and see how we got here as well. Concord versus Maryville in that lower final, but Concord coming through the upper bracket, Maryville getting sweet revenge against WVU in that lower bracket. Reminding everyone, if you didn't tune into the community streams yesterday, WVU got reverse swept, or not WVU, excuse me, Maryville got reverse swept by WVU in that qualification matchup and had to go through the lower bracket. And they made quite a run. Akron Gold took out all of Akron, actually. Most of the East Coast, actually, with Maryville, the only Western team remaining in this bracket and also in the championship bracket, talking about that East versus West matchup. But this is also, Seb, an EU on EU matchup for the most part.
Yeah, we have the two best, St. Clair Green crying in the corner, but the two best European rosters that we currently have within the CRL. Not fully European. I don't want to count out Knight and or Helix. I think they're both actually great additions to their own rosters. I think St. Clair Green is really the only actual full European roster. Both of them are on a run. I know we did say Maryville, they're looking like they're like the Open 1. I don't know if we're there yet, right? Remember, that's a team that basically clean swept absolutely everyone and beat Northwood. But this is a good start. I think Concord, for me, is like that test. Like, they need to be able to solidify themselves against a Concord top roster that is looking so good that will probably, do very well in the national championship if Maryville are going to be back.
Well, let's talk about these two rosters as they go head to head in our lower final to see which of them is going to become a two-time grand finalist, potentially our only two-time CRL Open champion. Maryville and Concord both have been battling it out throughout these Opens. They're kind of tied in their matches they've taken against each other. Most recently, though, Concord did get the win against Maryville, sending them home early in the last Open. So Maryville, they're here on a revenge tour. That was kind of the lowest performance we've seen for their full roster, losing in that lower quarterfinal, and Concord making it all the way to that top three where they lost ultimately to Northwood. So talking about these rosters here, Kendo, I mean, what are the highlights of these teams?
I think it is the play style that both teams bring to the table. It's a little bit of North American star power, but European flair on top of it. And it is the fact that all of the players in these units can be the focal point, can be the star of the show, but more often than not, they choose to play as a team. They play as a unit, and it's true of both these teams. There's a reason why these two squads have been one of the most consistent lights within CRL, and they're taking over what was the North American collegiate scene. That's why we're talking about them. It's because they are squads.
That they are squads who have been doing everything necessary to show up with their brand new rosters and show out that they are the best in the scene for a reason. Concord, as we mentioned before, currently tied in points with Northwood for that number one spot. Maryville not far behind as well. They're looking to see if they can get the number one seed if they win this whole event. But outside of that, though, let's talk about predictions here. Kendo, I'm going to save you for last on this one because we always know how spicy your takes are. So we'll start with Novanta, then Seb, then myself, then we'll go to Kendo afterwards. So Novanta, who is taking this series and why?
This is going to be a drag-out fight. It's not going to be fast. It's not going to be pretty. It is going to be like a wrestling match. That said, my money's got to be on Concord. I got to be right betting against Maryville on some level. So I'm going to keep that going and roll over Concord here. We saw them earlier today. It didn't work out for them, but I do think they have a tremendous upside. So Concord's my pick.
Maybe Novanta is the curse for any teams that are facing Maryville. And he that's what might be happening here, but we'll see after the series. Seb, do you agree, disagree? How do you feel?
So listen, I know we're like gassing up Maryville. We're like, oh yeah, they're gonna be great. I don't think beating a day 2 WVU is that incredibly impressive. I think they're good.
Fair.
They're a good team. Maryville, they're on the right track. But I think Concord is still the best European team by a good margin. They're currently the number 1. They're doing fantastic. They are still one of the more consistent teams that we have. Maryville just haven't convinced me yet. I put it on my power ranking. I put it here that while they're good, I need to see that consistency against the top teams. I really do. But for this one, I'm still going Concord.
So that means you don't consider Akron a top team. Gotcha. Okay,
No!
Kendo, I'm going with you in just a second here. But I am also going Concord on this one. Most recent history does go to Bear.
What?
That's what I
What
talked
do you
about before with WVU. And I'm saying Concord have taken down Maryville recently. We saw that in the last Open. They looked really confident in that one. And Maryville have not made it through a lower bracket whatsoever. Yes, I said that with WVU, but again, as you mentioned, Seb, that's WVU on day 2s. They don't really look as good as they do on day 1. So I got to go with Concord on this one. But Kendo, what are your thoughts on this? Are you going to full curse Concord, or is Maryville taking this?
You know what? I love Navanta with the wrestling reference. I'm going to let Canada be mentioned one more time because I'm going to prevent the Montreal job. Shout out to my second favorite Brett, the Hitman Hart. I have to go with Maryville at this point. What is with this desk and trying to curse teams? Here's the difference between my previous going against the grain. I actually believe it this time around. I think Maryville's going to go all the way. And who knows? We may even see them get to the second part of that grand final. I have a feeling they're going to put a challenge on Northwood as well when they get there.
It's kind of a promo, y'all.
That is a
Let
good
me tell you
promo.
something, brother.
Honestly,
We'll have to
that
see
prediction,
once we
not
get
good enough
into
for
it.
me, brother.
We can talk
love
about
it.
it later.
I love it. Well, one of these teams are going to have a chance to fight the champion for the belt at the end of the day with more wrestling references as we can put them in. We have 2 mostly EU rosters and 2 former CRL Open champions. And after this series, only one will be a 2-time grand finalist. It's East versus West. It's Concord versus Maryville. This is the time to put up and do the best that they can throughout this tournament. And it is time to get into the game.
These 2 teams are the symbols of the European invasion in CRL. Both are looking for their second CRL Open win, and with it, the best possible seeding for Nationals, Kendo.
Yeah, but Maryville, it's not as much their job to better their position. In fact, I'm not sure they can at this point. It's their job to play spoiler. Northwood earlier on, they took down Concord. They are in the driver's seat for the number 1 seed. They need to answer back and beat Maryville to put themselves on top again.
Well, Concord will be able to have that advantageous position coming in from the loser's final side, already having the experience against Northwood, wanting that run back. Maryville wanting to regain all together. Knight getting the read off the corner, relating will clean it up to be able to kick things off for Maryville.
The thing that we saw in the first match with Concord, they looked very squirrely at the start, and this time around, they're looking the same, but it wasn't because of a mistouch. It was because of demos, physicality early from Maryville.
So we'll be able to kick things off already at 4:40. Both these teams showcasing themselves already on day 2. One struggling more than the other. Helix will be able to get a decent 50. Mass gonna look down. Crispy gonna go up high, goes for the fake. Seamus double fakes. Helix puts one on. The double fake works for Concord.
Double fake and a little bit of a change-up as far as speed. Speaking of change-up, is that Seamus? No way. Yeah, the car selection.
That's a strange one to
Esper,
use.
right? An Esper, if I remember correctly.
I could be wrong.
Yeah, they can correct me if I'm. Wait a minute, is Crispy in the?
I think this is all
What is-
shenanigans
Crispy's in a
right now from
Marauder?
Concord. This is out of pocket for sure, but if that is showcasing the confidence that they have, then I'm all for it.
Yeah, I mean, it's still Octane hitboxes anyway, so as long as you feel comfortable, do you. See if there's any switches in between. They gotta keep it for the entire series. Otherwise, I feel like it's invalidated. You made a joke in game one and then you switch it up later. I don't like that call. But we do see Concord trying to take back control after what was a rough open. They do find themselves in a bit of a driver's seat, although nobody driving the ball in the mid.
Yeah, I think Concord doing a decent job of holding things down within the midfield. Good 50s coming through. CMS able to get one. Crispy tries to dive for it. Knight will have to play the third. Keep things going, trying to drive it down that field. CMS getting a decent 50. Crispy just keeping it slow, keeping it tidy, not taking too many overextensions. Waiting for Maryville to throw everything they can and then capitalizing off the counter attack. Helix needs to dive for it, and he does. Knight will keep it in the blue half.
I love it when I see Speed changing up the velocity of one's car in order to create opportunities. Had the opportunity to put a little doink on towards the net, reluctant to try to go low and control. And when you have somebody who makes that sort of calculation prior to the shot, it opens up opportunities. Speaking of, Demas is going to break that one up.
Demas getting a pass downfield. Helix going to go for it. Not going to be able to get up in time. And good defensive touch from Maryville, though they are scrambling. A pass over to Chris Speed, but it will be cut off. Speed sending it downfield, maybe looking for a second, but Helix will send it up high. Half a game gone by, and despite the absolute shenanigans in car selections, Concord are making it work.
We're also seeing both teams making this long ball look from their possessions work. They've been able to get shots towards the net, but not too much
Knight, look at Knight.
sustenance behind it. Knight with the screen enables Relating Wave. Won't get the assist, but I see it.
Perfect setup on the 1-2 straight from the midfield, but so much of this is on Relating and Knight's positioning. Relating faking out, baiting the time, and making the time for Knight to open things up and create that shot attempt for Maryville for the easy cleanup. 2-1 for Maryville.
So far, the physicality, the off-ball screens and bumps have been the story. And Maryville making do. Relating Wave looking for another one. Speed is going to be up in the SWAT. So dangerous! Will score!
Speed showcasing the speed, going up high, making it work, slotting it through. And immediately when you saw that 2v2 from Maryville and Concord, I love the Concord duo in CMS and Crispy, but Maryville having Related and Speed, both having played together in many fashions throughout their course in Europe, very familiar with each other as long-standing RLCS players. You know that they were going to make that work.
And there's definitely a lot of relationship going on between a large portion of these players on the pitch. There's also a lot of respect outside of the car selection. Speed will take this ball from their own third. Helix sets up Relating Wave. Wave has plenty of boost. Might have gotten it, but it will just set up yet again in the offensive zone as Knight is going to maintain the pressure with a great pitch.
Concord are definitely playing a bit more passive, but they are allowing for their second man that is retreating to essentially cut off and go for these cuts early. However, it doesn't matter too much, especially when Maryville is just outpacing you. Crispy able to barely make that save work. Speed still in the midfield, last minute remaining, and with it, Maryville starting to tidy things up here.
I like that passive play normally, Seb. I really enjoy it when teams take their time. They scout out what they can do and they take a controlled touch over a speedy play. The issue is, more often than not, those bumps and demos have been effective because of the delay we're seeing in the midfield and in the defensive zone.
I'm kind of curious if we're gonna see a return to form from Concord a little bit. Like, if they're just picking these cars, just be like, we lost Northwood, let's just like have a bit of fun. I don't know if that's the time this is the time you want to pick it, losers finals, but I'm wondering if they're gonna just start to switch things up, go back to the real cars, start to try hard a little bit. You know, it is losers finals.
And they have not scored yet another goal. 10 seconds left. They need one here. It's going to be dangling in the box, but Knight is on the backboard early and often. Game number one goes the way of the Saints, though not the ones you'd prefer. It's the Maryville Saints who are going to dock a game against Concord.
Kiddo has just been like at my throat the entire day, like on 3 separate occasions now, man. Like, listen, St. Clair aren't even here and I'm getting bullied right now. Okay. All right. Moving on. Maryville taking game 1. Concord. Imagine we're going to see some card switches now. You know, we're done with the Esper. We're done with the Roadhog. We're just going to keep it going. And with it, hopefully showcase that #1 team in CRL form, as 3 of the analysts had put on in our power rankings. So I'm hoping we get to see that. But Maryville showcasing a pretty good offense, I think relatively speedy in transition.
Yeah, and I agree with you. It was just the transition game where they were finding each other in pass plays, forcing really bad positioning out of Concord. It was those physical plays that determined the value throughout game #1. I don't think that physical plays of that nature are going to be able to last. It takes a minor adjustment for Concord to be able to dodge a demo here or speed up their play and break the attempt, force an overcommit on another instance.
Yeah.
So Maryville still have to be ready and on their toes for adjustments because Concord's going to make them.
And that's the thing, is that Concord, I think they are slowly sort of making some adjustments in rotation. They're cutting earlier. They're trying to just allow a bit more space to occur in that midfield so that they don't allow for these quick breakthroughs. But we'll see, as cars are not going to be switched. They're just going to stick with it for whatever reason. I hope they know the stakes of this, because while yes, this is for Open 4, this is also for seeding for the national championship. This is also kind of, it's going to determine who your opponent is going to be, and some opponents are going to be harder than others.
Well, the fact is, at this point, if you are Concord, you have to win out to retain that #1 seed that you came in with, due to the fact that they do not have that 3v3 team average MMR advantage for the tie break. They can't just rest on their laurels and hope that if they lose, Northwood will too.
It is kind of hoping for a lot, but straight pass over to Crispy Seamas, able to make this work. The 2 Europeans popping off.
The thing I respect more than anything else is they have kept the cars. They are maintaining comfort, and they are finding each other with passes like that when afforded the opportunity. Maryville didn't get out on them. Why? Because they overcommitted just a tiny bit in the rotation. It only takes the tiniest bit to create a team play like that.
Also, shout out to CMS rocking the Venom banner, newly released. Looks pretty good. Not gonna lie, especially with the color combo. Just, you know, I personally love how people design their banners, and I think honestly the Europeans are really good at it. That being said, you gotta be good in the server now. You have a lead. You had one before. Are you gonna be able to maintain it against a team like Maryville?
Liking what I'm seeing out of resource conservation from Concord. They've done a great job of putting themselves in good confines when it comes down to making sure that they, 1, are breaking up passes like that in the slot, but 2, have enough boost on the backdrop. However, a double commit's going to be very dangerous. Relating wave around. Seamas off the demo will be able to get there.
I really enjoy the efficiency from Maryville, as these touches, every single one of them have purpose.
They do, and Speed gets it down to Knight. We'd always talk about Speed in the scoring position on a play like that. Knight is equal to the task, and Speed is equal to the delivery. It was a special delivery at that.
Speed having a full tank. We'll see what he can do. Relating able to create some space with the demo, but CMS all too familiar, all too in the waiting. CMS redirects pass over to Relating, but Crispy will cut it off and send it downfield.
Knight is going to stay with this. Low on boost, gets it out to Speed in the midfield. It's been quite a display by Maryville, controlling this ball in their midfield and in their own zone. It really has created a great foundation for them to start plays into the offensive zone to the tune of 6 shots to 1.
Concord have to be a bit careful though. Boost starvation starting to hurt, and it just so happens Maryville gave him the space. Crispy's going to put this high, keep it in the orange half. Seamus looking for the corner read to be able to get one, as well as the boost. That could be dangerous, especially going forward. Helix, that is a terrible touch, though. Going to give the goal to Relating Wave for the 2-1 scoreline.
And it's not like Relating Wave needed much. Had 0 boost on this spot. Crispy just stretching themselves out. Northwood confines will not be able to put a challenge on the way they'd like. I complimented the rotation. I complimented the boost conservation. What happened?
A collapse. Indeed. Somehow, Concord, this is the second time they've dropped their lead. They refuse to excel past the 1-goal mark, but we do have 2 minutes left to play. Let's see how well they can do, despite Maryville showing some efficient control. Helix needs a good touch. Speed is just going to dive in and going to keep the possession alive for Maryville.
Oh, out for Knight. Who's quickly right back on. And I'm pretty sure you see it too, Seb. What Maryville are doing is relentless in the amount of pressure. It's not necessarily this fast pressure. It is possessive pressure. They are maintaining challenges in the defensive zone. They're forcing 50s and they're winning those 50s once they force them.
Yeah, it's just they're putting Concord in these situations where in terms of the touches that they're making, they're not really efficient. They're not where they want to go. But a lot of it is just because Maryville are forcing these touches in these very awkward positions, though the fake will come through. Crispy able to put this one on in a very awkward fashion.
I'm trying to figure out what happened to Speed at the end of this touch. Just backwards, no man's land. Needed to put themselves in a much more offensive spot. Granted, I'm sure they were mystified by the approach because even I don't know what that was.
I mean, it was a 2v1 that ended up being 1v1 that ended up being a 1v none. So, sure, okay, the ball was in the net. Either way, it works as Concord continue their reign of very weird, strange gameplay that somehow is working in their favor.
Yeah, wave your hands, make a butterfly. I don't even know if that counted as a shot. They are still at 2 shots on net with a minute to go. That is baffling numbers to me. And it will be a cross for Crispy. Knight, take this off the backboard. Controlling touch, good reset usage, and they are going to advance forward.
Knight tries to play the first man, but doesn't get too much out of it. Having to retreat for some boost, but none to speak of as Relating's going to send it downfield. Last 30 seconds, and with it, not too many possessions remaining. CMS will send it back. Maybe an opening if Knight can't get a touch. This is going to go all the way across, and of course, we're going back to ping pong.
At the very least, everybody on Concord was ready. They understood the possibility, and to be honest, both teams were low on resources. Credit to Knight to get that one. Velocity! Speed! How? What?
Underneath, threading the needle through everyone of Concord, and with it, potentially snatching away this game.
There has been a star in every game, and it continues to shuffleboard back and forth for Maryville. All I can say at this point is it's not about the stars, because you can count all 3 of them. Knight, Speed, Relating Wave, Maryville with another win. They go to match point.
Surely Concord lock in now, yes? Surely we find a way to get Concord active and ready for this game, for this series, for this tournament. We'll see a car switch. I want to see CMAS and Crispy trying. I want to see them on full form. I don't know if we're going to get it. This is a potential sweep situation for Maryville against Concord, who technically is still leading as far as points is concerned.
The most concerning thing, and this goes across 2 games now, Maryville's control has suffocated what Concord would like to do with the ball. In fact, they barely had the ball at all once they've gotten to the offensive zone. And when they do get to the offensive zone, we get whatever the amalgamation that was put on net by Crispy. I'm baffled because 5 shots between 2 games is not something you normally see from Concord. They're great foundationally on defense, but they need to wrest control of the ball from Maryville, and it's going to start with being able to beat that forecheck.
I mean, yes, they were able to get 2 for 2, but that won't be enough against Maryville. If anything, it's showcasing you're able to penetrate relatively well, but when so much control is being done on Maryville, they will break you down piece by piece, and it looks like Concord are sticking with the car choices. They're sticking with the Esper and the Roadhog for whatever reason. You know what? I appreciate it. Stick to everything that you have for you. Crispy leaves it to CMAS, but Relating will send it away as we get going for Game 3. Match points here for Maryville.
You get a win or 3, and you look vindicated after the comfort that you've shown. And Seamus just looked very comfortable with this shot. Check it out.
I swear these shots are so Mickey from Concord, but he finds a way, and with it, the flip reset all the way across. No defense to speak of.
That gummit Sep, why is everything Mickey with Concord? This is a team that's in the top 3.
Yes, absolutely. But I mean, look at it. Have they completed a single passing play? I think we've seen maybe one in game 1, and everything else has been, Maryville is just not there. They're not expecting it. They're not. It's weird. It's all I'm saying. It's weird. It's strange. Okay, life is strange.
It will be maybe a strange approach as Knight brings and breaks things up from behind the play, adding a new layer to what was already a large amount of pressure from Maryville. You had the double commit in front of that. Knight took it completely out of harm's way by maintaining control. Crispy has a chance. The shot down will be off, but Seamus is there to finish it.
Perfect cleanup from Seamus, cutting in at the goal line ahead of Relating Wave, using that early challenge to push this one through. 2-0 for Concord.
And already a mere minute and 6 seconds, and Concord have equated their shot count from the first 2 games. Speed, though, doing crazy things. Seamus, a brick wall built on the goal line.
Puts that wall up, doesn't let it down. Helix puts it off the side wall, and a whiff. Helix will send it downfield. Relating and Knight aren't prepared for it, but will have the boost to make it work. And Concord finding their way in the offense. Complete reverse of possession, and it is 3-0 for Concord.
I want to focus on a word that you said there, unprepared, and that is so uncharacteristic of what we have seen from Maryville throughout this series so far. They do look a little bit unprepared. Why? Because so much of their game plan has been keeping that ball so far away from the defensive zone. We're starting to see that if the armor is broken, it may as well not exist.
Concord have locked in, and while the car selection don't look like it, it certainly shows in the performance. Seamas going to be able to get a great touch. Knight will be able to put this one on. It will be saved. Relating comes in, but the bump will come through for Concord as they're able to stay alive. Crispy looking for some antics. Helix tries to dive in, but Concord can't make it 4-0 just yet.
I mean, I was ready for it that time. It's going to be a tough save, and Helix is equal to the task. The defense reigning and reigning supreme from Concord this time around. When you think they're beat, try again. They're not. Here comes Relating Wave, though. Another save off the backboard by Seamus. Speed around the zone. Might be able to get the Doomsday. Not this time around. They continue to corral themselves. Retaining pressure. Retaining the zone. Swarming like bees, but they're just saints. They see the clear.
Concord starting to get a read in the offensive rotation of Maryville, being prepared. I mean, the positioning is there. They know where the passing lanes are coming from. They know where the shots are coming from, and they are putting themselves in prime position to get these saves, as pointed out by Helix. Relating Wave getting another pass over to Speed, who finally slots it through for Maryville.
The one thing you cannot do if you're a Concord, you cannot rest on your laurels. Relating Wave, Speed, Knight have all been devastating with control, and you could see it. Yeah, they had 3 players who were in defendable position, but nobody on ball.
2 minutes remaining. Finally, Concord. They're going to have to be kept honest. Maryville trying to just somehow wrangle this game back into some sense of normalcy, as this one has completely gotten away from them, but they finally get themselves on the board, despite Concord throwing everything they can. Crispy looking for a pass and potentially getting another, but Speed will collect.
Cautionary tale, Maryville have owned the offensive zone for a large period of time. And by that I mean like the past minute and a half feels like it's been a game and a half with the amount of chances that they've had on. Now 10 shots, so many relatively crazy saves as we see another one by Crispy. They are undergoing the gauntlet. I need to see the control past midfield.
Are you seeing Crispy and Relating Wave currently fight it out in the
Yep,
orange
yep.
half? Seema's going to put it up high. Crispy will be there for the shot, and it pays off for Concord.
I want to actually highlight exactly that. Crispy takes Relating Wave completely out of the play. Tough touch to make for Relating Wave across, but we made all those wrestling references. Those two looked like they were in a slobber knocker.
They're currently outside of the ring, and they had the 10 count until the play came to them. Crispy, great 50 on speed. It'll be knocked away to the corner. Last minute, Maryville need to find their way back in this game, as I'm sure bewildering as it has been. No, it's not done just yet. 3 goals within 50 seconds, not impossible, but they have to open things up now.
Oh, Crispy up early, Relating Wave, though, immediately in spot. At this point, if I'm Maryville, 40 seconds left on the clock, you're not expecting necessarily to win this, but you want that, as you called it, return to normalcy. You have to get back what was working, and Relating Wave will find it and cut the lead to 2.
All right, everyone hold your breath. It's not done just yet. This one, just great placement. It's the one positive that Maryville has had is being able to put that placement in exactly where Concord isn't. So we'll see if they can lock in for these next 27 seconds.
You've had the opportunity to watch as Collegiate Rocket League has grown, and you say as things grow, things also stay the same. You have to have somebody on attack, and for Concord, I cautionary tale them. Why? Because all 3 players cannot be retreating. Somebody has to have pressure on the ball, and they're going to win game number 3, but there is still correction that needs to happen if they want the reverse sweep.
Yeah, I mean, this is a good come to form from Concord in the car selection and all. And as you can see, I don't know if you guys can't see, but CMAS has the currently Shaq timeout meme. That's basically what Concord have done to this series. They're like, hold up, we're not getting swept. We are still in it. Changing that shot count from just 2 shots in the previous to a full 10 this time around.
I know, right? When you consider they not only double up, but they put the triple on their shot count from the previous 2 games, that is extremely impressive, but I'm still extremely concerned, Seb, because I need Concord to look a little more cohesive in the defensive zone. Those saves were monumental, and you're seeing them all in the highlight reel. Like, some of these saves are stupid. And I mean that with every bit of admiration. I can't do that. It's like,
I mean, to be fair, not many of us can actually do that. I mean, I certainly can't.
But you cannot wait until the ball is at that point to challenge.
No.
Somebody needs to get out. Otherwise, Maryville are going to continue to do what they've done best through this entire series, hem them in their own zone.
But you have to remember, the change to form here for Concord is that offense. They're actually earning their goals. They're not getting Mickey goals. They're beating Maryville at their own game, which is strong, possessive offense, and continue to do so. And now we'll see if they can make up for a potential game 5.
Oh, off the kickoff. It's going to be early press by Concord. Speed won't be able to maintain control. And this ball not going to the corner to die. It's going to relate itself back and forth. Crispy finds the ball in the slot. Won't be able to push it on. Takes a Relating Wave to get it out.
Knights. They'll take it across. Maryville. CMAS can't get the read. Demo comes through for CMAS, and that may open things up, but the possession immediately goes back into the orange half.
I like the high controlling touch by Crispy. The problem was there wasn't much control.
Oh,
it's going to leave
shots.
Speed in a spot. Speed is so good from the slot, and it's not even a teammate passing it to him. Well, yeah, it is. It's Relating Wave, but the give started with Crispy, a weak touch off the backboard.
Those corner reads are typically read by players at this caliber, but when you have a player as speedy as Speed who comes in with the perfect placement, it works for Maryville as they're able to potentially make it a 2-0, but it will go off the crossbar. Concord trying to stay alive.
Slap me in the face. for being a liar. But in all honesty, the giveaway still remains true. Concord cannot just give Speed or Relating Wave the ball in that opportune
Nice.
position
Oh,
because, oh my, it's just a walk in the park from Speed, but what a save on the front end off a nice double tap.
Yeah, perfect cleanup from Speed, though. Able to just capitalize. It was a great save, but unfortunately, it needed to be knocked over to the sides. That's why those defensive touches can be so important, and we talked about it. Concord need to clean up those defensive touches, or else it's just going to give these opportunities over to Maryville, who are so good at cleaning these up.
Now the question is, will Maryville clean up the series? You have put yourself in prime position. A minute and a half gone by to see things out, and I don't think you want to turtle up. You want to do what has been good the entire series. You want to leave Concord wondering, hey, when do we get the ball? Hey, where's the boost for Concord? Here comes Speed. Seamus is able to break it up, but it's again retained across for Relating Wave. Helix, what a touch across.
Concord is just forced on that goal line defense for so long. Seamus tries to make it work. Speed doesn't get the best defensive touch, but Crispy will put it to the side. 3 minutes in, Helix gets a second touch. Seamus is there. Perfect placement. Concord on the board.
This is exactly what Concord need to do. They have to maintain, be stick-to-itive, win a 50, get a dunk on zero boost like Helix did in order to put Maryville out of position. The biggest key there, Seb, is they have to be on ball. Otherwise, you're not going to even see a 50-50.
See if Maryville can find a way to just break this midfield pressure from Concord. Helix takes possession, Relating. Almost gets bumped out of the way by Seamus on the retreat as Seamus will transition to third. Crispy holding things down. Seamus gets the boost, maybe look for a second touch, gets it over one, but Relating patient as ever off the back wall.
And all the way down as Crispy is just going to take control, and there's another difference between these two teams. It's what Maryville's been able to do with their resets in the midfield, whereas it seems like the Concord run into a wall versus Maryville every single time they try to sky and solo play from their own zone. Definitely would like to see them mix that up with a couple of short passes, but right now the short pass needs to come in the box. Knight, the defense, looking for Speed, doesn't find the pinch, in fact finds Helix, who's going to put this one right back, but what a clear, Seamus the save.
I appreciate how ambitious Concord are being, that even though they are trying to go for these pre-jumps, Relating puts it through, pre-jumps this by about 10 years.
Does not need to be spectacular. If anything, it can be just steady, run-of-the-mill gameplay, and that is exactly what Maryville have done. Does it look a little extravagant? Yeah, but what shows more than anything else is how they have been able to consistently take control and keep control. Seamus is going to try to keep this ball in the offensive zone, but Helix on low boost just gives it away.
I would have liked to see Helix try and go for that mid boost, and he eventually will. This is just a case that Concord, they're trying to just force the issue and be over-aggressive in the midfields, but I think it's creating an opening that they're not really asking for. Relating puts another one on. It'll be 4-1 for Maryville.
I finally see a nice 50 win by Helix, but you look at the position, both Seamus and Crispy are forward facing. All Speed has to do is maintain velocity with Helix, create as much of an opportunity for Relating Wave, and that net was about as open as you're gonna get.
Yeah, and unfortunately it just doesn't work out. Just over a minute, Concord find themselves in the same position they once put Maryville in, having to get themselves 3 goals within the span of a minute. And it looks all too difficult, especially with how Maryville have been able to punish every single mistake made by Concord this game.
Here's a long touch to carry through, and you know what? Mickey.
So that one's Mickey.
You know what? Yeah, at this point, we gotta go with what has been the montage. They still are down 2 with 55 to go, but if that is how you're going to get a goal, show it to me again twice and send this thing to a 5th game.
See, all three literally, what is happening? This is essentially a 1v0 right now. Crispy utilizing all the efficiency, but it doesn't matter. Concord, disaster.
A lack of boost, a lack of opportunity, and a lack of bodies on the pitch after the physical play. Nobody in position to make the save, and despite the goal that I still don't know how to describe, we see another 3-goal storyline under a minute to go.
Okay,
Crispy
what?
floating menacingly at the ball. But Knight is going to take possession with full boost. Has the double tap down. Won't be able to get the finish. The speed have it? Not quite.
I think Related just missed it, but Simas, I think, okay, that's a good way to go out. Simas could have seen this about, 3 games ago.
If you say the forbidden word for this goal, I will deplorably shout, Seamus, what a goal! That is, it should have been like 2 minutes ago, but we still have a 2-goal game.
Well, this one will go Maryville's way off the kickoff, and with it, time slowly going down, Crispy puts it out of reach. Maryville have played a phenomenal series. Concord not looking like themselves this Open 4, and they will have to settle for falling at the losers of finals. And with it, Maryville will face off against Northwood in the grand finals.
Well. Maryville will put off a brilliant display in my mind of what Rocket League should be. You want to stifle your opponent's chances on net. And even in a game loss, they were still able to control the shot count. They were still able to keep the ball within distance. You look back at a ball chasing of those 4 games, you're going to find distance to challenge to be extremely close for Maryville, alarmingly slow when you compare it to the numbers, the unreal units for Concord.
I mean, so much of it felt like Concord just weren't playing at full capacity right now. It really felt as though they were sort of just taking it a bit lax, playing for whatever was fun. I think the CMOS goal at the end was a perfect example. A team that is wanting to win this Open, that is wanting to win nationals, isn't just going for these really wonky, as cool as it is, as we see on your screen now, plays like this. You really want to see the team that is supposed to be one of the number 1 seeds, number 2 potentially, going into nationals, play at their best every single time. But unfortunately, this time, it just didn't work out. So let's bring in the desk as we get to revel in our predictions at how wrong currently I am, unfortunately.
I mean, how wrong all of us except Kendo were. I got to give Kendo the biggest shout out on this one too. Maryville continued to deliver, and a lot of us were doubting them. I will reference though my Champ League podcast top 10 that I had. Maryville at number 2, and this might be why, because Maryville, they were the team who was able to show up in the first Open, take down Northwood a couple of times, mind you, and they have been the kryptonite to Northwood. So if any team was going to have a solid shot at getting 2 best-of-7 wins against Northwood, Maryville feels like, especially in this form, Novanta, to be that team.
Yeah, absolutely. Even though I've betted against them twice and making me look like I'm totally wrong, they are finding new ways to win, whether or not it's slowing down the pace, whether or not it's really distributing the ball. We're talking about what Related Wave can do, and it's pretty much been on display in the entirety in that previous series. Northwood has to look over their shoulders moving forward.
Yeah, Northwood, I mean, they are on the horizon for their first Open win. The first time they've gone through uppers, but Maryville are on a vengeance tour. We saw that in this game. We saw it in the last one. They got knocked down to lowers, and they had a chip on their shoulder, and they have kind of proven since then, Kendo, that they are not to be underestimated.
No, you never want to underestimate Northwood, but you also never want to underestimate Maryville. Both of these teams, I think, have been maybe a little bit disrespected, but in my opinion, they are the most consistent, and rightfully so. They find themselves consistently in these circumstances, these top 4 scenarios.
And that's a perfect way to move forward for Maryville. Unfortunately, points-wise, I don't think they can change their placement overall when it comes to the championship, but they can increase their money win. They can go as far as they can and get at least the best team out there moniker if they get 2 wins in the Opens. If they get the first and if they get the 4th, Yes, they might not have, the number one seed going into the champs, but that doesn't matter to them. The wins is what matters more. The glory and the pride there is what matters more. But for Concord here, still having a strong showing again here, Seb, still making it into yet another top 3. I think the only time they didn't make top 3 was when they placed 4th. But I mean, this is the consistency we kind of expected from the start of the season for Concord, Seb.
Yes, I mean, listen, they are being consistent, and I will give that to them. It's like they are putting themselves in positions where they are top 3 over time. I'm still left disappointed. I'm still left in a way where it's like, where is that open 2 for them? I don't care how we consider that bracket. Where is that? Where is the team that can literally beat, they've beaten Maryville in the past, they've beaten Northwood in the past. Where is it? It feels like it has evaporated as the season has gone on. I'm just worried for how Nationals is going to come around. Maybe they're prepping for Nationals. They're putting all their scrims, all their efforts for these big best of 7s in a single elimination bracket. But that doesn't mean that there isn't a tournament right in front of them for them to play.
Yeah, it's rough too when you see them pull out an Esper and a Marauder and be like, oh, they're just playing this game and doing the best that they can with this card. So we've seen that happen a couple of times, but for the most part with these teams, it came down to seeding and prizing in this final open. They've already secured their spot. Pride is on the line, and I feel like Concord, after losing that series to Northwood here, Novanta, kind of knew that if any team's gonna try and reverse sweep Northwood, it'd be Maryville, and it wouldn't be them based on the evidence we've seen for the last 2 series they've had against Northwood.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not going to say it was waving the white flag, but they kind of knew that they either have to play a little bit looser to have a chance. But the thing is, when you play too loose, it's pretty much an academic result. So yeah, they had a bit of fun. They enjoyed their time, but there's no need to try to reinvent the wheel or rack their brains if they know it's going to be almost a fruitless endeavor. Maryville, on the other hand, has the stuff. Let's see if they can execute the next series.
Well, with that, based on the tiebreakers, Northwood guaranteed the number 1 seed for the fall championship. So this is about pride. This is about Northwood getting their first fall open victory. When we talked to them, Seb, in summer series, they're like, we're going to win every event. So far, they have not been able to do so. They have 2 lives this time against Maryville. We'll find out if they need both of them after this break.
Comes from nowhere, makes you wonder if you lost control, leaves you breathless, changes what you think is possible. Got me too. Brought me to you. It's got you too. Your magic's true. Your magic's true.
Welcome back, everyone, to the CRL. We've had a full day of matches this evening, and now we are down to our grand final. It has meant so much for so many of these teams, not just in terms of points, but also in terms of seeding. Northwood has officially clinched the #1 spot based off tiebreakers from Concord, so they will be going into the national championships as the #1 seed. Expected, but it's kind of
it's kind of what we thought going into the season, that Northwood reigns supreme, but there's been other teams who've gotten wins. The craziest thing here too is even if Maryville win, they can't pass them up in points based on the consistent placements of Northwood. They're the only team to make it 3 times into the grand finals, and well, the proof is in the pudding. Yes, they might not have won, but they are the most consistent team there.
All right, so let's take a look at the bracket and how things have shaped up, because it has been a pretty interesting run for a good amount of these teams. West Virginia making it all the way to the loser semifinals, then to lose to Maryville, and we just wrapped up our lower final in Maryville and Concord. Maryville took a pretty commanding 3-1 win over Concord. Kendo.
Yeah, I would agree. It was a very convincing win, but at the same time, Concord, I don't feel like seemed like they were themselves when you compare to what we've seen throughout the season. That Concord team is a top 3 CRL team. I can't put a number on them. In fact, they've been everywhere from 1 to 3. But what we saw was Maryville take command, and if they continue, they're going in hot against a Northwood team that also looks hot. We may have some fireworks.
It's been a crazy run for a lot of these teams here. I think my biggest disappointment it was honestly Akron Blue losing in that losers quarterfinals. I think I wanted to see that run back, but our next match is the run back from Open #1. Northwood looking to gain their first win here in the Opens versus Maryville, looking to get their second win within this semester of CRL to cap things off before the national championship. Navanta, Maryville, this is probably the best we've seen them in a good bit.
Yeah, absolutely, and well deserved. I'm not saying anyone didn't believe in them or doubted them, but there were some runs where we go, I don't know, did they get enough sleep last night? What's wrong with the comms? But we saw today they found a way to actually beat down their opponent to play their game, and so this could be the start of a whole new arc for them.
I think it's just they're still on European time somehow, so it's actually
Fair.
What would it be? Let's see, almost 12 in the morning. Yeah, okay, so they're locked in. I think this. I said this before, that this is actually like, because the EU kids are on EU time, this is their grinding hours. Okay, this is the time they're actually playing Rocket League in EU. But VOD, Northwood, this is also, I would say, probably the best they've looked in a hot minute in terms of just how commanding they've looked throughout a bracket.
I feel like it might be the power of those new tags. All of them rocking the RCS 2024
Exactly.
contender tags in the chat, and they're feeling confident after that. They're ready for the new season that starts up in January, and they are excited for what is to come, not just in CRL, but everything else in Rocket League. So huge for Northwood. They have been such a historic roster as a school, but now with these players, they're looking to make that presence known in this final fall open, and what a capstone it would be to actually come out and win it at the end.
Okay, well, let's take things to predictions for what will be our grand final. VOD, let's kick things off with you.
Well, I know I've been going against Maryville these last 2 predictions, but I got to go with them this time. They have looked in top form, and they are the only team out of any team out there that is consistently been able to take down Northwood in multiple matches. The only time they've lost to Northwood this season is once. They've beaten them at least 5 or 6 times otherwise. So I feel like Northwood, they got this in the bag, but Maryville, they are a strong contender, and I feel like they're at least going to get the 1 series. I don't know about the second, but this is a full prediction, and Maryville, I just think there's something special with the way they're playing right now, so I got to go with them.
Okay, all right, Navanta, where do you see this going?
I agree with Vod saying, but I disagree with the prediction. I've been rooted against Maryville all night, but I'm not going to change. I fear change. So I'm going to go with Northwood because Northwood has an opportunity to really put a stamp on everything. I'm going with Northwood today.
Endo?
Well, I don't have to break anything up because, as you can see, we already have a little bit of a split desk. Okay. I think that this first portion of the series is going to see Maryville come in very hot. They have been consistent. And this look from Maryville is prime Maryville in my mind. When one player looks like they've been a little lackluster, everyone has really gotten their back, and it's been a team effort throughout. They just focus the next player. They rotate once, have a miss, and that miss turns into an assist. So I think that Maryville are going to play Northwood very close. They might even win, but this prediction is all about, are they able to get that full-on bracket reset and take it into the sunset? I quit the day that I see Northwood lose 2 straight best of 7 series on the Rocket League Twitch channel. Northwood.
Well, it's happened 2 times before, 3 times the charm for Northwood. I'm taking Northwood to take this, and with it, their first open of this semester. It would be a crime if somehow Northwood goes in as the #1 seed into nationals without winning a single open, without winning anything at all. It doesn't feel right for CRL, as Northwood is an institution. So I'm taking this prediction. Maryville, you have 1 supporter in Vaudeville going into our grand final. Northwood has 3 of us here this evening. Northwood looking to overcome their demon in Maryville for their first win. Maryville looking to take down the #1 seed and solidify their second win of the Opens. It's our last Open grand final. Casters, take it away.
Grand final action is in right now. You got Maryville on one side against Northwood Blue. Talk about grand finals. How about grand institutions? My name is Ovanta, and of course, I'm not alone, being joined by the OG himself, Vaudeville.
Thank you so much for the introduction, Ovanta. These teams need no introduction themselves. We talked all about the big game. They have both been playing it this season and previous semesters. A rematch, yes, from Open 1, but also a rematch school-wise from Summer Series. Both these teams have taken wins against each other. This is the time to decide who is the best in Collegiate Rocket League going into the Fall Championship. And, well, Northwood, they're wanting to strike true first.
I was going to sit here and wax poetic and ask you, do you think there is a pressure of Summer Series? But already Northwood is being aggressive on the ball. I don't think they're thinking about all that stuff. It's about scoring fast, early, and often.
And that's exactly what these teams need to do. We almost saw the opening goal right there from Maryville. And that is the thing to look out for this Maryville roster against Northwood. Northwood has struggled when they have not been able to get an early lead against their opponents. We saw it with Concord in Game 3 of that upper final. Now we got to see what Maryville can do to pull off the task here as well.
Best of 7 action. There is timeouts in play. I wonder if any team's going to add that to their strategy, but we don't have a score yet with a minute elapsed just about here in this grand final. But when it comes to possession, seems pretty even by the eye test, but I think that's going to change over time.
These are the 2 best schools that we saw coming into the semester outside of Concord, and this is the best shot that we've seen so far in this first game.
Well, there is teamwork versus dreamwork. Zanil tried to clear, had a bit of it bobbled, then was cut off at the pass and slotted in by a relative wave. The 3rd series where he's already becoming a problem.
Great one from Relating Wave. We saw, as you mentioned, talking about that last series, how crucial he was for the victory. RLCS veteran on the side of Maryville. Majority of these players have had some experience in that stage themselves, but both these teams now trying to face off against each other for the first time in quite some time. They've had at least a little bit of a break since their last facing in Maryville. Got that win in the CECC Midwest qualifier in a, I believe, 4-1 fashion. So this is a comeback potential for Northwood if they can take a win against them.
Yeah, you don't really want to understate the RLCS experience. I know a lot of times if anyone's played Rocket League, we think about how cool would it be if we were on a team, but the level of skill needs to even be a contender. It's another level together. Ooh. And here's 11 different Creams. Finds a way to make it 1 apiece.
Great tie up there from Creams, but a perfect pass down from Hockey. Creams, the give and go. Wade for the shot, perfectly timed. Speed could have gotten the save, a bit miscalculated on that play, so they're definitely going to be wanting that one back instead.
Everybody pretty much consider that a deflection. Didn't see that one coming because by that time it was just too late. But already then, with 2 minutes almost gone, it feels like a whole different series right now. And Creams is sure of it.
Creams coming from the heavens, delivering A destructive goal into the hearts of their opponents, dunking down and underneath. No one can stop him when he's on fire like that.
I have to give Creams props there. I think a lot of people would have tried to look for a pass or keeping her in front of net, but they're able to do that work themselves. No one saw it coming. Again, it was really the timing that really put Maryville kind of in a weird position, and that was able to get the go-ahead goal.
Now we're looking for the answer from Maryville. Potential fake there, didn't get the connection. Speed was in a partial position to challenge, but not as confident as they would have hoped. Go forward and get the follow through. Giving a bit too much respect and space to this Northwood roster. We approach the halfway point. Both these teams making sure they give it their all in game one. Maryville know how crucial every individual game is going to be against this Northwood roster, but every shot even more crucial here. They can put one on. Speed, not the angle they were looking for.
See, that was a possibility where it would have been able to go in pretty easily if it had a bit more focus. And it makes you wonder when you see a Lightning McQueen out there in the pitch, how serious Maryville is taking this one.
Maryville needs to take this as serious as they can, especially when Creams is feeling as confident as we have seen them in this first game. They don't need Zanil. They have shooters on all sides of the field. But Speed, a double commit, baits out two players, waiting for the reception, doesn't need it. Knight has the shot to tie things up.
Well, that answers my question, right? Okay, Lightning McQueen is cracked. Confirmed. He had two in the corners, the double commit. Everyone's out of position. Knight had a little bit more time than he used it, but don't need all the time in the world. If you're on target, we have another tie game.
Saying ka-chow as they sees them in their tail lights and rearview mirror, moving forward with that tying goal. A great start for Maryville to bounce right back. But even then, Northwood, no strangers to being in this position against them. They've played Maryville more than any other collegiate organization this season. So by now, you would think that they might have some contingencies against them. They need to start pulling those out as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you get to be in the head of your opponent more than other ones, and so you think that you're able to see a playbook, but at the same time, you might see a little bit more of that psychological play. Some more demos may come out to really make some frustration moves as this series progresses, because if they've seen you work before, they know your tendencies, you got to come up with something that no one sees coming.
Less than a minute to go now. See what both these teams have to bring to the table. A great touchdown and a follow through by Knight yet again, driving into the sunset.
An absolute crime of opportunity. It was on the back post, was getting kind of bigger bobble. Knight sees it, does the backflip right where they needed to be. There's a go-ahead goal. This time it's favoring Maryville.
Maryville proving that you just need to have a little bit of fun with these matches, especially at this stage of the competition. Seeds are already locked in, but it all comes down to pride between these two collegiate institutions. They have a bit of a rivalry going on throughout this semester. But even then, one goal with 35 seconds. We'll see how long it holds. Knight going for some style points there. Try to flip on the competition, but not enough just yet for them to secure that game one victory, as Hockey with a shot barely saved away by Relating Wave.
Again, Relating Wave has really been the X factor from Maryville going the other way, and that one's all the way uncontested. Relating Wave, coast to coast.
Maryville, playing with the minds of Northwood, showed their vulnerabilities belly up, and Northwood pounced at the wrong moment, falling into a pitfall where they are now down by 2 goals, 18 seconds. We've seen Northwood come back from that before, but they need a kickoff goal, and it's going the other direction.
Yeah, definitely all is not lost, but I'm pretty sure game one might be. It's just Maryville understood what it needs to do in the pockets, use space to their advantage. They pull one back here, but I do say this one has really been an impressive display from Maryville.
This is a crucial one, though, for the side of Northwood. 6 seconds, plenty of time for them to get on the board and at least send us to our first OT in quite some time. Northwood escaped those before against Concord, but will they escape it against Maryville? As in the first open, we saw how dangerous those were for them. Time ticking down, and they couldn't get to the ball at the last second. They left it hit the ground. I feel like Northwood were kind of checked out in those last few moments.
Yeah, you know, you got the game 7 situation. You also have the series in hand. If you do drop it, not to say you want to do that. So a lot of times you won't be as aggressive in game 1 in a best of 7. But I'm bearing the lead. Maryville strikes first in this one.
We talked about how crucial Zanil was in that first series. I want to note goose eggs across the board for every category, not even a single demo, and only 114 points to their name. Zanil really has to step up a little bit in this matchup against Maryville, especially the way that we saw them on the first series of the day. So we'll have to see them bounce back afterwards, and maybe Zanil can get a bit more involved there as well.
Yeah, I think you're hit the nail on the head there. Look, Zanil, it looked like he was trying to cherry pick in the first half of the game and then came down just to be a secondary on the attack. Either way, didn't work. Felt like Maryville already had the antidote for that one. So, yes, you and I are completely in agreement. Zanil has to be the X factor, much like how Relating Wave is the X factor for Maryville to really push Northwood on.
It wasn't just Relating Wave, I have to remind everyone. Knight was a really crucial part of that victory in Game 1. Knight was also the kryptonite, it felt like, for Northwood way back in Summer Series, so the only consistent member on this roster from then to now, and kind of knows the playbook of Northwood, might be leading the team to a potential victory against this squad. Regardless, though, we go to Forbidden Temple for Game 2. Northwood looking to bounce back, and a great way to do that would be getting that first goal.
Long-term viewers would know I hate Forbidden Temple because I never win there. But here's a chance for Maryville to get 2 games out in as best of 7.
This would be huge for them too. I talked about in the last game, they got the first goal and led ultimately to their victory, even with the 2-goal bounce back from Creams. Now we need to see it more where that came from. The recipe for success was enacted in Game 1. Will it succeed in this time? As Knight can't really do too much, but it's wide open opportunity for Speed. Need to break that down on what happened defensively for Northwood.
Absolutely. You can't really fault anyone for the shot. Hits the crossbar, and then there was a bit of a collision in the far post, leaving the net wide open for the follow-up.
Oh, that's going to hurt there as well.
Feels bad, man.
Like a deer in headlights, running into each other, not exactly sure where to go.
Wait,
That's
2
what
deer or
happened to
2
Northwood.
headlights? Like, what happened?
Exactly, both.
There.
Demo and Creams, though, might be another goal-scoring opportunity already for Maryville, who seem to have the number of their opponents, at least getting that first goal every time.
Yeah, the first goal is always critical. It's always crucial. But I look at Northwood and how they dropped the first game before. They kind of get a little bit more time for them to warm up. They have been waiting for about an hour and a half to see where their opponent's going to be. Maybe it's just kind of the rust being have to shake off.
That's a good point you make there, Navanta. And as I mentioned during our first series together, that, well, we usually see that with Northwood dropping the first game, but almost dropping the second goal. I don't know how that one didn't go in, but Northwood thanking their lucky stars there.
Absolutely. High fives to the crossbar. Save them. Keep themselves in this game because they have to look for an equalizer to really put their stamp on this series and say we're not going to get too far out of it when it comes to the goal scoring issues. Again, I know I feel like a broken record today. I do think Northwood has an issue with their goals per game, and they have to really shore that up if they really want to be that threat in the championships moving forward.
Only 2 shots so far from Northwood, both for Cream. Seems to be leading the charge for their team. But unfortunate for them, too. Need to see a bit more from Zanil on this roster, but not the follow-through that they needed. No power behind it. Plenty of time for Maryville to counterattack, and that's exactly what they're doing here.
You gotta give props for Zanil, but looks like it had too much of off-balance action with that ball, and that was a scoring opportunity squandered. Let's hope that doesn't become a really critical play in the run of things.
It could be. 1 goal might be all that's needed for Maryville. Very aggressive game from both these teams, though. The demos was also something we were kind of lacking from Northwood, where they had 5 from Zanil in the first game of the day. They didn't have more than a single one from Hockey in that last one. So more aggressive play style that we talked about might benefit them a bit more in the second game.
Yeah, absolutely. It's kind of a rule of thumb here. That's a poke. It's going the other way. And now it's 2-0 Maryville. What was that?
Caught asleep at the wheel. Hockey, yet again, some uncharacteristic mistakes. Last time we saw the goal go through because they bumped their teammate. This time, just missing the ball straight up. Did not expect the speed of that counterattack.
Yeah, it's one of those situations where if you got one of those in a series, it happens. But this is already the second time you saw the defense pretty much asleep at the wheel.
Oh,
and
no.
You don't want that to be a common occurrence. There's number 3.
Northwood might have been blessed to play Concord earlier on, as this team of Maryville is making no mistakes, capitalizing on every opportunity that is given to them. There's been too many that could have been squandered that were capitalized on. 3-0 already in game 2. A dominant performance.
Yes, it's a dominant performance, and it's kind of a critical one for Northwood. It looked like everyone in the devs, except for you, Audible, it seems like, had Northwood winning this one in the bag, and they are in dire straits currently.
Do have to keep reminding everyone, though, as you did for me earlier, Novanta, Northwood has been waiting 2 series to play. So
Right.
they've had some time to maybe get iced out a little bit after their first win of the day. Maryville on a hot streak. Non-stop action for them for the most part, and there's a great shot from Relating Wave again for the hat-trick.
Well. The first game you can talk up to Russ, but this one seems to be just a dominant performance, man. This is totally pass distribution, positioning, and rotation. These are classic mechanical things that this team is doing to put themselves out in front. 4 goals scored, 4 goals unanswered.
0 shots from Hockey as well. Seems the rotation is completely breaking down from this Northwood team compared to the last game where we saw 8 shots total, 4 for Hockey and 4 for Creams, maybe trying to change up their play style a bit too much to get Zanil and Hockey involved, but that could have been enough to bounce back and at least shift the momentum in their favor.
Yeah, that right there is a critical goal because they really put you out from the psychological standpoint. You're already down by a lot, and a shot on frame just getting knocked away makes you go, what do we have to do? And that's a spark to an ember to a flame of getting you out of the game and on a mental level.
Well, the mentality of Northwood is burned down to ashes this entire game after all of those counterattacks, all those openings that have been found against them. But here's a counterattack option for the side of Northwood, and Zanil gets one on the board.
Talk about psychological goals conceded. This is kind of the worst ones where you're in the right position, but there ain't nothing you can do about it. Over your head, posterized, and that one's being brought back.
Beautiful flip reset pass from Hockey, and that is the teamwork and coordination we saw in the first matchup of the day from Northwood. Has been lacking thus far. Still time, potentially, to bounce back and at least tie things up for an overtime. But they have to have a monumental shift in momentum for them if they can get that comeback going. 1 goal, it might be enough to shift things in their favor for game 3, but maybe not enough for this one.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think...
What?
What?
Okay.
Okay, I was going to say the shooting boots are on, but they miss, but then the own goal kind of slots it in there. Either way, I think they have enough of a game plan for game 3, but it's not going to be the case now. But that was great to make that sure that lead is only 2 goals.
I think Speed expected that one to go in anyway, so didn't really have a contingency plan afterwards, and then realized, oh, it somehow didn't get scored. Well, I can't really get the save, and neither can my teammate, and they almost got scored on again. What a comeback that would have been, only a 1-goal differential, but now the time is nigh for Maryville to close things out, if they could keep this out of their side for just a moment.
Yeah, what you got to do is make sure you can withstand the pressure. This game's in hand, barring any kind of majorly collapse.
They almost collapsed entirely on the goal line, but were able to hold their breath long enough to resurface against the onslaught of attacks that we witnessed from Northwood. Dangerous positioning for Maryville towards the end, but they had enough of a cushion to not worry too much.
Yeah, this one here is a little bit of that distance we saw, right? You thought that Northwood at first was pretty much going to be out of it from a mental standpoint. We saw some attacking, some flashes of brilliance, maybe to get their wins in the back half of the series so far. But that said, in the meantime, Maryville is up 2-0.
That they are. 2 crucial game victories for Maryville, but this is a best of 7 to remind everyone. So plenty of time remaining for Northwood to bounce back, get 4 in a row potentially, and close things out early. But
yeah,
we still have to see something from them. Like, we haven't seen as much as we were hoping here, Novanta.
Yeah, I'm with you 100% there. Like, we got Zanil to step up to your request, but can't do it alone. And also, Northwood has that timeout. If I were them, I would probably have used it here, but they are choosing not to. So let's see if they have a plan that we're not thinking about. Maybe we got something big brain in the offing to really put themselves on the board moving forward.
I mean, if I was them, after seeing the way the last 30 seconds of that game went, I would want to just GG go next immediately into game 3, because they felt a lot more confident towards the latter half of that game, especially with Zanil firing a lot better proficiently and putting a lot more pressure on as well. Again, only had a couple shots until the end there and was able to be 3 for 2 on those goals. So we'll see how things go forward here, if Northwood is able to get their first win in this best of 7, or if Maryville will be able to do something instead and potentially make it that much easier for them to sweep the first series and force the bracket reset.
Yeah, a lot of times when I'm on the favorite team and we're in the best of 7 and we're down by 2, I always look at game 3 and say, hey, look, don't think about it as losing 2 games. Just think of it as the magic number is 4. Can you win 4 games? You're capable. You can do it. I don't care about the positive affirmations or vision boards, but you really got to trust in yourself before you trust in your teammates, and then trust in your opportunities and make possibilities.
There's a bit too much trust there on the Maryville roster of Northwood not going for a challenge, and I think Northwood expected some resistance in the net. All 3 members going up for this one, and there's a shot coming through again, but still a bit wide off the mark, and that could have been a goal-scoring opportunity, the start that Northwood are looking for. As I mentioned before here, they have not been able to win a game today that they started down early on and almost saw them start out with the goal that they needed for the lead there.
Could have been. It should have been. It is. Kareem says, you know what, Cass, I'm going to cut you off right here, player. I'll make sure I'm going to score first. And this one here was kind of sloppy like the beginning of this game, but Kareem brings it down to make it 1-0.
Feels like something's gone wrong at the camp of Maryville. Towards the latter half of that game that we just witnessed and the start of this one, the rotations haven't been as clean as we saw before, a bit more sloppy play style from this team of Maryville. And I think a lot of that comes down to Northwood playing faster and faster, passing to each other, dissecting the defense, making it that much more difficult for them to maintain their defensive foothold.
Absolutely. And I know I just said this at the beginning of the game that when you're coming from behind, it's easy to say, don't think about the games that you conceded, just think about winning 4. But when you're on the other side and you're the team ahead, the last thing you want to do is say, okay, only 2 more, because then it becomes a bridge too far. I think we're seeing a little bit of that here now too. It's not anything bad mechanically, it's just a lot of mental errors in decision making that's caused them opportunities.
Cleanest offensive rally that we've seen from Maryville this game. Finally able to get out of their own end and play some ball, but after that, I have to hang up the bat and see what they can do afterwards, because so far, no dice on these shots. Very simple plays from Maryville. They're going back to the basics themselves after we said Northwood had to do that.
Yeah, absolutely, which is kind of interesting, because you would think that if you're at a team that really believed you had the series in hand, you'd probably go back to the game plan that was working, but we're definitely seeing a shift in the style of play and the formations of what Maryville is doing, which kind of implies that they are feeling just a little bit rattled from a mental standpoint. Now, if for Northwood, now's the time to turn up the heat. Make sure you're going as fast and as aggressive as possible.
Pedal to the metal is the name of the game for Northwood in this 3rd game of this best of 7. Decent passing plays in field, backboard undefended. There's a shot down, but the miss comes out on the corner. Nobody was there for the save either words, and Northwood could have easily had a 3-goal lead by this point.
Absolutely. That's the second time Zanil had an opportunity to either pass or have it on target with a double tap. Did neither.
Wow.
Hockey bails him out, but you're absolutely right. This could have been 5-0 at this point.
This is a rough look for Maryville. The rotations haven't been as clean as we would have liked. Speed, I feel like taking that touch messed up the defense a bit more. Try to go for the squishy save, but there was no time as the shot was coming through. The Creams and Hockey able to get on the board in this 3rd game, and for Maryville, it feels like they're already saying GG, go next with the way that they've been playing this game.
Yeah, absolutely. When it comes to speed, doesn't matter. What a save there by Zanil off the line, epically. Indeed, 75 points well earned. No, when it comes to speed, it was kind of like you only can go as fast as you control. So you understand accuracy takes a dip where you're going fast and you're comfortable with. Northwood figured that out, and you're putting on the pressure. And when that happens, you're seeing a lot of desperation clears, but the composure is all but gone for Maryville.
Need to see Relating Wave step up to the plate for this team. He's the one who led the charge for the majority of the series we have witnessed on stream today for Maryville. And so far, only a single shot to their name. Northwood boxing out the entire Maryville offense and out-shooting them to a strong degree. But with the time remaining and only 2 goals, there is potential for Maryville to bounce back. They just need to get started here and now, and that's a great passing play to do it.
Yeah, a little bit of, again, skill, a little bit of luck there. Look, I would say that we saw Maryville play a little bit wide. He had the 3rd all the way back because they didn't want to concede anymore. But that was a forward goal despite the traffic that puts him in this one.
I don't know how Zanil didn't get that bump on speed watching it back. I mean, he's probably was thinking he got the bumper, even set them off the play, but still perfectly calculated for the 50-50, Speed orchestrating that, and then also the 50 that we saw from Relating Wave, guaranteeing the goal. Could have easily been stopped, though, and still potential. This double commit goes into the corner, and this is the moment to shine for Speed.
Yeah, you could tell that it was a kind of attack that said we thought the crossbar was somewhere else. You had a double commit in goal, and that was just an easy opportunity to follow up then.
This is the game we've been looking for from Maryville since the first 3 minutes of regulation. And now potential for our first OT for Northwood. But Zanil trying their best to make sure that is not going to be a possibility and get the win straight out. And the comeback train rolling in their favor. Speed and Relating Wave against Hockey, but he still beats them out, not getting baited for a moment.
What a fantastic display by Hockey. Could have easily been overwhelmed, but knew exactly when he hit the post. But I guess delaying the inevitable. 3 goals unanswered. Maryville's out in front.
I talked about this is the time for Speed to come online, and that's exactly what has happened. Recalibrated, recalculated, and re-locked in for this series. Maryville want to quickly be done with this first best of 7 because they know how confident they are of beating Northwood multiple times. They've already done it a couple times this season.
I know it is way too early to mention that, but all these opens with their bracket resets have been just absolutely uncanny here, and it looks like Maryville's starting to do just that.
Still potential, though, for Northwood. If they can get this away and get a goal to tie things up for that fateful OT we keep mentioning. Lightning McQueen on the pitch with Knight. Not going to make that happen so easily. Creams over the passing play. Being intercepted yet again by Maryville. Speed with the center. Nobody's there, but I respect this from Knight. Not wanting to overcommit, just wanting to shut things down before the last few seconds. Still up in the air, though. Still dangerous. Northwood has one last chance, and Creams can't get it, and that will be Maryville on the horizon of a sweep against Northwood in this first best of 7.
I don't know how to call this one. I can't say that Maryville was waiting and trying to lay a trap, because I believe that they didn't know what they were doing, but they put it on. They have 3 goals back to back to back, and they're 1 game ahead of or behind of setting up that bracket reset.
That's the thing, though. The bracket reset is still there for Northwood, even if they lose this next one. Even if they don't take a timeout, they still have a whole nother best of 7 to take down at Maryville, recalculate, have a bit of a breather too. There'll be a break in between both of those series. So maybe that's what Northwood are waiting for. Even playing field against Maryville without any pressure. But the pressure's on. I mean, Maryville's had their number every time except once that we've seen them face.
I gotta be honest with you, Vod. I didn't think a bracket reset would happen. I'm not trying to say that I would disrespect Maryville, but I really thought Northwood would have been so locked in that this probably wouldn't happen. And maybe it won't happen. Maybe they get a reverse sweep. But we're looking at it right now, 3 games up, 3 games played. I'm starting to wonder, dang, this may be bracket reset city.
It could be, but you mentioned it before. There is potential for a reverse sweep. A game 7 could still happen. And Northwood, they already got a reverse sweep earlier today against Akron, who won the last open against them. So they are the best at serving revenge on a dish that is cold against their opponents. And, well, Northwood, we'll see if they can do it here. Again, the top team from the East versus the top team from the West in Collegiate Rocket League. Northwood having to pull off that full reverse sweep, otherwise we go to a bracket reset.
5 more minutes on the clock. I guess another chance to clean the slate, turn the page in Hockey. Already getting aggressive and then back in there. Is going to the sky, not waiting for a shot on goal.
And this is the time to shine for Northwood. If there ever was any moment to take Maryville to task, when they know they only need 1 more game win, they might de-stress a bit, loosen up their defense, and leave some openings for an attack of Northwood, and that would be the time to strike for them.
Time for strike for them would be closer to now, to be honest.
True.
But as there is no score, almost at a minute's elapsed here in this game for a chance for a sweep for one time and a chance to avoid a sweep if you're Northwood as it goes forward. And already we're seeing a lot of that helter-skelter, hodgepodge defense from that last game. Shot on frame, knocked away by Knight, and it's going the other way.
I'm liking these receptions, though, from Maryville, the way that they are controlling the pace of the ball and then pushing it forward, somehow not able to go through yet again in Relating Wave, a bit too delayed on the play.
Yeah, that ball was heavier or lighter. That would have been a shot, another second shot for a goal, but again, knocked away. And we still have no score here. And I wonder if we're going to get a low-scoring game. As we've been noticing in this series, goals have been hard to come by.
And it has. You talked about it in the first series of the day. Northwood does well. They're able to get a lot of goals back to back to back. We saw that happen in the first game with 2 from Creams. We're like, okay, this is the Northwood we expected. But since then, we really haven't seen too much from them. Last game, they gave it their all at the first half, and then slipped away from them in the last few moments thanks to speed. But here's one from Knight, and speaking of his name, he will score.
I was about to say, it's taking a sweet time to score there. It was rolled right in front of net. I was looking for Knight to do the side twist in there, but Speed cleans up the mess in Maryville. Them out in front seems to be a common refrain in this one, Vaughn.
The bracket reset looming on the horizon if the scoreline stays this way with Maryville in the lead. Only one more game victory needed to force another best of 7 against Northwood. An even playing field for both rosters to determine our next fall open champion. But Maryville, they know that it's not over yet with this much time on the clock, especially with Zanil having control of the ball. Hockey cleared out the net, but nobody was there on the follow. Creams needed to full send.
Starting to wonder whether or not being from the lower bracket should be seen as an advantage at this point, but that's another narrative from their time. Shot on by Speed going over across town, and a shot to the ceiling, dart down!
Wow.
And that could have been an absolute goal-scoring exchange. That would have been a clip and a half.
Dangerous spot to be in for Northwood there, but they survive by the skin of their teeth. Double commit in the air, and fall through by Speed. 1v1 against Hockey. Gets up to it fast enough for now. Speed trying to clear out the goal line, but nobody in position to bump and demo out of the way. Slow roller for Hockey on the flick. Instead, the other direction it goes, and Northwood, this is their time to shine. To get the demo almost a second on Knight with a good transition. Stopped out in the midfield.
It was a good transition, and despite their woes, Northwood has still been pretty good at reading out some of the aerial exchanges there in the run of show. It looks like all the elements are there, Vlad. Just haven't been able to put things together into goal-scoring opportunities.
That they haven't, and that seems to be the bane of their existence in this first best of 7. Our CRL fall open for grand final. And a reminder for those just tuning in, if Maryville wins here, they force the bracket reset, and we go to another game 7 where the winner of that will be your CRL fall open 4 champions, and Maryville on the horizon yet again of claiming that title.
See, that just begs the question, do we still tune into things? I mean, like, okay, I don't know. Boomer, I have no idea. I have no idea. But you're absolutely right there. So close. That bracket reset shot on frame knocked away to his corner once of Goring around the horn, and that's knocked away as well. And yeah, we're running out of time there for Northwood. Any kind of plan for them to put something on is evaporating.
We always say Northwood's inevitable, but with this shot, the night is also inevitable against Northwood. Curtain calls for this first series with 1 minute and 5 seconds remaining. And what a stellar shot to potentially kick things off for Maryville. 2-goal differential here. There's definitely potential for Northwood, but the way that Maryville's been playing in this game compared to the last, I feel a lot more confident for them.
Oh, absolutely not there, Vaj. You already eulogized them. You're like, yep, next series. They can still come back. Nope, Vaj just said he had no chance. But yeah,
there's always a chance.
There's always a chance. Witching out, 2 goals in less than a minute. Possible. That's knocked away, but the defense has been crazy. And that's another save. Bicycle kicks, saves. Save your medals. It's pandemonium.
I said there's a chance, but Maryville said no way, Jose, this time.
Yeah.
Zanil going the distance by their lonesome. No more team plays for Northwood. Just counterattacks from Maryville the other direction. Drop down in front of the net, and another goal. Potentially the final nail in the coffin here, Navanta.
Man, Maryville's defense have been denying people like naughty kids at Christmas time, but going the other way and getting that last goal, clutch. And the fact that Northwood haven't even scored all game, that is just weak.
Maryville proving it yet again to be the kryptonite to Northwood. They have had their number every single time they have faced Speed with the drop down again. Of course, you don't really even need to mention the goals at this point. It's just a formality against Northwood. A capstone for Speed with the way they've been playing in this game and this series. But all the Maryville roster, this is a statement against Northwood, a 4-0, proving that they cannot underestimate their opponents in this grand final.
That's an unfortunate display for Northwood. They do have that bit of respite with the bracket reset, but I can always guarantee you they didn't want to have to come to that. Despite their best efforts, they didn't put anything on in this one, and they lose in 4 games straight.
Wow. 4-0. Everyone from Northwood immediately leaves. But again, there's still a bracket reset waiting. Northwood, they have a lot of work to put in here, Novanta, to come back with a victory in that next best of 7. They're usually the ones, they're always the ones who get that first series win. Even I was saying, oh, Maryville's got this, but, Northwood should have it. They should have had at least a game here.
Look, at least, yeah, exactly. Dropping the series, it happens sometimes. You still have the higher ground. That higher ground's evaporated, but you didn't win a single game in this best of 7, and you're in the winners bracket. Maryville, despite having the loss to put them in that lower bracket, definitely looked like a stronger team from minute 1 to the last possible goal. So, yeah, if you're Northwood, you really got to think about what you want to do. And the fact they didn't use a timeout still raises questions for me.
That's what I was thinking about here, too. I mean, they thought, it was so close in the second game. They're like, okay, we might have a chance to come back. We looked really solid. I get not taking a timeout then. Then when they looked so confident as well in game 3, they had the lead with the 2 goals. And then towards the end, gave up 3 afterwards. They're like, okay, we can still keep going. But I don't think we expected them not to get a single goal in that 4th game. The way that Maryville was able to hold up defensively, that's reminiscent of what we saw peak Maryville in the first open. That defense wins championships, and it's kind of what we've seen here, the counterattack game from Maryville on another level.
Yeah, absolutely. They found a way to really exploit Northwood's speed. They were going faster. They couldn't control them when the rotations were going, almost like, trying to beat up the Flash. But if you put your leg out and he trips and falls, well, that's exactly what happened there. The fact that it was 4 games straight says a lot about the plan and counter plan they had. They had Northwood's number, like you were saying.
Well, let's bring our host and analyst here before we go to a break. Gentlemen, I don't think any of us, even with me voting for Maryville, could have expected this, Seb.
Okay. First off, 4 for 4 bracket resets. That's incredible. For one. That is incredible.
Never happens.
But we've talked about this before. That meme of the guys what do we need to do to beat this team? It's very much this for Northwood, where it's they can literally beat everyone. Hand and fist, no doubt about it, absolute dominant fashion. But for Maryville, they just crumble like a bunch of Legos, absolute lead pipe on the floor, nothing to speak of, nowhere to be found. And this, Kendo, was the perfect example of that.
I honestly knew coming in Maryville would look good. They would be hot coming into the matchup. I did not expect an epic collapse from Northwood. Northwood was not there for a majority of it, and they need to do a better job when it comes down to on-ball possession. Yeah, they won a few 50-50s here and there. There were highlights to speak of. We're looking at brilliant highlights by Northwood, but the consistency belonged to the Saints of Maryville. And I want to give a shout out to Lightning McQueen. You're never going to hear me say it on broadcast or really correctly at all, but ka-chow, doing Rocket Star proud.
Bro, how are you going to get beat by somebody with nitrous boost? That's sad.
Honestly, dude, he is the 7-time Piston Cup champion for a reason, and looking to add a collegiate title to his belt.
A second collegiate title.
Yeah, exactly. So Maryville gonna be walking away 4-0 of the first best of 7, but since this is a grand final, we have one more best of 7 ahead of us. It's going to be a very exciting one. Northwood, no one beats Northwood twice in a row, right?
Yeah, boy.
Right, guys? Right?
My career's on the line at this point, to be perfectly honest. I said words that I may or may not regret in about 4 games.
Well, listen, we're going to take a short break while we set up the bracket reset. It's complete shenanigans here as far as where the mental is between both these teams. So they're going to get a little break. We're going to get a little break. In the next one, we're going to be taking things to a second best of 7 for a bracket reset. This is the CRL. Ka-chow!
All I want is you. All I want is you. All I want is you. 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 is you.
Comes from nowhere, makes you wonder if you lost control. Leaves you breathless, changes what you think is possible. Got me too. Brought me to you. It's got you too. Your magic's true. Your magic's true.
my mind a blur. But every time you're near, I'm satellite deep down me right. Burning up so high, you're the fuel to my life. Blowing up the sky, illuminating like fire. Dance to the night, you make everything right. This time will you ignite it one more time? Ignite. Ignite. You know how you make me feel. You know how you make me feel. Burning up so high, you're the fuel to my life. Glowing up the sky, illuminating like fire. Dance to the night, you make everything right. This time will you ignite it one more time? Ignite. Ignite.
What a turn of events this has been, everyone. For our last CRL Open of this semester, not only have we had bracket resets all the way through, but Northwood has been swept in a best of 7, and now they go to the lower end where they will have to fight Maryville one more time to try and win their first CRL Open. Boys, the way that this has come together is so insane to me. Vaudable, we've been talking about it.
Yeah.
Where this is Northwood, the Northwood, struggling to deal with only a single team that continues to be their demon.
I feel like Northwood just gave the playbook at the start of the season to Maryville and said, like, hey, this is yours now. And Maryville ran with it. We've seen Northwood, I think, in 2 individual series, because they did get a bracket reset against them in that first Open, get wins against Maryville in CRL and outside. But apart from that, Maryville continues to just download them every time and play them like a book, somehow an audiobook, I guess you could say. What?
I don't want to derail everything, but I do actually want to interrupt you, Vaughn, because the fact is they did give the playbook over to Maryville. Think about the fact that Buddy and Adam joining last year might be the entire reason that Maryville just owned Northwood.
Oh god.
The playbook has, the script for Northwood has leaked, and in this case, Maryville has the Rosetta Stone. Now, Navanta, this is one more chance for Northwood. They have had a total of 6 grand final sets to try and close out for a win. And now this is on Maryville to try and take it all.
I don't know what to make of this. You know, like I was talking to VOD between the series. I said, had Northwood have lost in 6 or in 7, there were some things to pull from, but they didn't win a single game. Maybe I am the kiss of death when it comes to my predictions today. And I really feel the pressure of being defeated by the same team twice in one day may be too much to bear. So if you're Northwood now, what did work for you was your speed and pace, but you got to put things past the net to give yourself a chance.
So we have one more series ahead of us. I believe we're still waiting on lobby, but in the meantime, all of these players currently locked in, all of them are trying to figure out what they need to do to get the last win here. What do you think, Vaudable, this series means for Northwood if they're able to at least go into the national championship with that one win on their belt?
That means everything to them. Of course, the win at the national championship means more than anything, but this win is for pride. It's for history for them. This would be the longest time we've ever seen Northwood without a single win in a championship bracket ever. So we need them to get that victory here and now for the history books for this roster, but also because the skill of these players is being understated by them not getting a single one so far. Maryville, of course, they have the playbook, they have everything else working in their favor, but this Northwood team, it would be a letdown for them if they can't pull things out because nobody has beaten them in 2 back-to-back best of 7s.
That is the stat, essentially. Out of the entire period of dominance that Northwood have had throughout the course of CRL, no one has beaten them in both back-to-back best of 7s. We've seen bracket resets. They've always managed to at least guess one, but thus far, no one has been able to take them twice. Will Maryville step up to that challenge? Will they be able to take down the juggernaut in Northwood? Bracket resets have defined the CRL Fall 2024 semester, and we will end how it started. Northwood versus Maryville, CRL Grand Finals, one more time.
Maryville is on a warpath towards their second CRL Fall Open victory, while Northwood needs a tremendous bounce back after being swept for the bracket reset. Novanta, will Northwood lose 2 best of 7s in a row for the first time in history? Or is this their time to bounce back?
I got a collection of crystal balls, and even then I can't see the future here. This can go either way. They'll know soon enough, but right now, it's Maryville's game.
That it is their time to shine, their time in the limelight against the odds. Knight still on the Lightning McQueen, and double demos galore to start off with an explosive game 1 of our second best of 7.
Well, we're seeing a little bit of something I kind of wish we saw in that first series, was closing down those spaces. A lot of times you saw those inbound passes, those passes to the wall. You only have a second, if that, to make a decision because there's already somebody marked coming after you.
And the ones coming after you are a hungry Northwood, ready for vengeance. We talked about it in that last series, that there was chances for them to come back, and we almost saw it in a couple of the games, but not scoring first would be a struggle bus and a half for Northwood. So they need to make sure they strike true early and consistently in this series against their opponents in Maryville.
No, you're right. The struggle bus is bad enough, but a struggle bus and a half is even worse. But I do think the best way to do that is to score first, early and often, sure, but score first to say, hey, look, we had this series, we took the L, we talked it out, and now we're back focused once more.
Saw a bit of an uncharacteristic miss from Creams earlier that might denote the stress that this team is under for Northwood, because they know legacy is on the line for them. History, a downfall that people could write about, but Zanil on the upswing here for the first goal.
Cautiously optimistic Zanil with the carry, make sure that Northwood scores first. But it's right here is kind of cool. Being able to just carry it in on their own says that it's going to be an individual effort for now until the team gets up to speed.
And that's the bounce back we wanted to see from this Northwood roster. Yes, it's not as early as we might have hoped for that team, but one on the board is much better than we've seen them to start off that last series. Maybe a second if Zanil could have gotten the fall through. Another potential, though, on the counterattack from Maryville. Not enough speed to his name to get to the ball there in time. But back in the clutches, and a good bump from Zanil leading the charge down towards the orange half. A good counterattack option. The demo comes through. The shot as well from Creams. Not on target enough, but still holding on to this lead strong as Northwood.
Never much a heavy touch. That could have been a chance to get goals and bunches. I do think that, I won't say it's a strategy, it'd be kind of easy. Score more goals, but I do think that should be a goal of them on the side to score as many as they can in rapid succession to really knock Maryville from a psychological standpoint.
Maryville, they have to have nerves of steel against this Northwood roster to take them down twice. They had the sweep before, they had the shot here, and who else but Knight able to strike true again?
Well, a little bit of the dribble there. I thought the crossbar would have gotten it, but sometimes the crossbar gods work in your favor. Bar down, and that yourself is an equalizer.
What a perfect timing for the equalizer by the side of Maryville. I love the topper we see there for Creams, by the way. I think it's like the Loch Ness Monster or something. They need to be demons if they want to take down their demons in Maryville, who seem to be just the cataclysm of that team. Kryptonite yet again. And so unfortunately here, Navanta.
Grand Theft Auto, right there, just a dunk in the corner, going the right way, the right time. Ka-chow.
We might be hearing that goal explosion too many times to count throughout this next best of 7. If Knight keeps up scoring volley. Looking for the hat trick though. We'll see if he gets it in this game. But a rough spot to be in for Northwood. Drops it down with the fake, and Speed read that a mile away. Good flip reset too. Relating wave on the fall through. Haven't really mentioned their name as much as we've needed to in previous series, and I think that bodes well here, Novanta, for Maryville, that they don't have to rely as much on that offensive striker.
Yeah, absolutely. If you're the team that's on the losing side of a drubbing like we saw in that last series, you'll ask, hey, where's player number 3? But if a team is rocking on all cylinders, that means you're doing something right, even if you're kind of in an invisible position, whether or not it is feinting a bump or whether it is getting yourself in front of someone for them to score. So props to them. If you're able to be a threat and no one sees it coming, that's your psychological advantage. And what a save there by Speed.
Beautiful save, as you mentioned. Now we see more potential from Creams. To the heavens he goes, over top of Knight, gets the fall through off the backboard. There's one from Zanil, wide open. The miss on the challenge defensively leaves it open for a tie game.
Got to give it up for Zanil here, having a little bit of that boost prudence to not waste it all, to put themselves in the right position to put that down, and they have themselves another tie game. And so Northwood, understanding that the last 4 games they played was pretty much out of their hands, have found the way to claw themselves back into this one.
Awkward challenge from Relating Wave led to an open opportunity for Zanil, and here's a third potential for Creams. There comes Zanil for the hat trick, and they get it. This is the pop-off we needed from Northwood.
Zanil lying and waiting like a dog on Thanksgiving dinner for those scraps. Look at this. He's on the ground, just putting it in there, and that's what you call one ahead.
The comeback has just started. The train leaving the station. But will it have some hurdles to overcome throughout this series? Or is anyone going to put a stop to Zanil? Finally, somebody puts a hand up in Speed off the kickoff and stops the momentum yet again. But even at that moment, Northwood look on top of the world yet again.
Yeah, I think momentum is the name of the game. Zanil is really, with a hat trick, has only put them 1 up, and that is not so much of an advantage, but it feels like a bigger one than it is right now.
This could be the chance for Maryville, though. Odd spot for Creams. Does get a perfect touch to the back wall. Good counterattack looming. Speed. A pass out over to Knight. I think they were hoping to get more power on that to send it to Relating Wave, who is more centered. An odd spot to be in for Maryville. They recover expertly, though. We talked his name before. Big game. Good fall through. Another one from Speed. All 3 defenders, though, in position, ready for these shots to come through. Knight with another one. Denied by Zanil.
Yeah, typically I don't really, I'm an advocate of having 3 right in front of net quite like that, but you had to, because you know Maryville is able to shoot around and have an angle around. It's narrow lead, you got to make sure you hold on to it.
This is huge win for Northwood to keep possession of the ball and get the first one this entire grand final. Creams leaving to change his car back. Maybe not thinking that the topper's good luck. Regardless, though, you can thank the lucky stars for them to get that game win at the end of the day, because what a pop-off by Zanil. Maryville kept it close, though.
I wonder what car they're going to use. I mean, you could change the preset in the lobby. That's besides the point. Yes, you're right. It was a hat trick from Zanil. Really was a difference maker on the offensive side. But Hockey really covered a lot of ground on the defensive side to give Zanil that room. Northwood doing something different, actually putting the formation on their head to get that one game advantage.
I do want to mention the last time we saw Northwood in this kind of a situation where they've had to play 2 back-to-back best of sevens, they got the first win, so this is uncharted territory for them, and they still have a timeout on their side if things eventually shift in the favor of Maryville. But we were all talking about it. Northwood doesn't lose 2 best of sevens back-to-back, and this is quite evidence for their favor getting that first game, Navanta.
Yeah, absolutely. Having that one game in hand, like I said, if you're coming from underneath, it's good to think of it as how many games you have and say, look, hey, we got one. And we didn't get one before. We only have 3 to calling this a series win they so desperately needed.
Well, let's see what they can do in game 2. Talking about Maryville to bounce back and tie things up, or if Northwood are going to dominate this series the way Maryville dominated the last one, flipping the table in their favor and changing the course of their fate, which is in their own hands on Forbidden Temple. First couple seconds, though. Momentum. We keep talking about that being the name of the game. It's going to be crucial for Maryville to hold on to the ball as best they can. It seems like Cream just changed out their topper this time.
Hey, sometimes if you're feeling yourself, why not go for it, right? You're on stream. It's kind of like a homecoming situation, end of the season, end of the regular season. Why not?
Have fun with it. That's what we saw from Maryville. That worked out for them with the Lightning McQueen car. Again, Knight does not usually play that car. So if things don't go in their favor this time, maybe they sharpen up a bit, change the car preset to something more that they're used with. Octanes or Fenix or even a Dominus here and there.
Yeah,
But
I
even
respect
then.
that. I respect that, yeah. My main is F-150. Everyone thinks I'm like memeing, but I'm like, no, that's actually my main vehicle. Come on.
Oh, goodness. Well, Cream's partaking in the fun, and maybe fun is all that is needed for this Northwood roster to loosen up a bit. That's what they did in that last game. Weren't so serious and took their time and let Zanil be unleashed, and that's what we saw with a hat trick from them, getting them the victory ultimately. But Maryville, seeing the double commit, Speed has been in some odd spots on the offensive side here more recently on these challenges, and not really been able to do too much with it, Navanta.
Yeah, absolutely. I think a lot of them, and I mean both teams here, really want to be able to be the aerial hero. So we're seeing it's kind of like this crouching tiger, hidden dragon situation where everyone's kind of going up in the air and no one's really able to capitalize on the opportunity.
I don't know what Maryville was doing in that play, specifically relating Wave. An amazing save at the end of the day, but even then, Relating Wave had an open opportunity with defenders not much boost in the tank, just falling into the net. Could have taken the open shot, but deferred to the side wall instead. And still, we remain scoreless. 2 minutes gone in game 2.
Yeah, that's what we saw in this one. It was a little bit different than the first one. How we saw that when a ball was going to the corner of the wall, it was almost like a half step before everyone kind of knew where it was. But we're seeing almost everyone's pre-reading the location of the ball, and so there's almost no way to get out of there to really link something. You gotta do something different with the long ball, and there it is. Zanil with the long ball opens the scoring for Northwood.
Talked about the last series. Zanil is the key to success for Northwood. We saw it at the beginning of the day. We see it here yet again. The long ball comes through, and Maryville, unfortunately, falling victims to what Northwood did in that first series, where an open opportunity left by the wayside, and there will be a goal scored against them. Could have been easily defended if someone was back.
Right. So we talked about how in best of fives and best of sevens, you really should bring at least 2 or 3 different strategies at the ready. And so good teams will try to find a way to switch those strategies in the run of a game, of a series, but really elite teams do that in a run of a game. They saw Zanil, saw there really wasn't maneuvering space and 2 short passes, went with a long ball, got themselves on target, and now they're the only goal scored in this round.
That would have been a huge Goomba stomp by Relating Wave if they could have gotten onto Hockey, but unfortunately no connection for them. Knight looking for something, but Boost has been a struggle bus for the side of Maryville. We talked about the 1.5 from Northwood. Well, it transferred ownership to their opponents, and They don't know how to control this car.
Oh, absolutely. When you're coming from behind, a lot of times you feel like there's no boost pads available. You feel like you're just slower, you can't really get up. When you're ahead and having boost problems, you're kind of like, well, what am I doing wrong? Why am I not in the right position where it needs to be? I'm getting all the spawning times wrong.
This could be a potential goal as well. Cream's just baiting out the defense and making the mind game the mastermind behind this play. What a way to do it.
I don't know what you call this one, straight up Matrix style. I just be caught upside down, going the wrong way. Speed got posterized, but that scoreline is doubled 2-0.
A rough spot again to be in for Maryville. Deja vu from the last series. They were down but not out. This time, checked out, it seems, mentally and physically in game 2. About a goal to speak about. Transition again going the other direction. Pretty much even in shots too. It's just defensive wise, Maryville have been struggling.
They're struggling as it is, but I think that kind of weighing on them why their scoring shots happening now at the worst opportune time. Look, 2 goals is not a lot of goals when it comes down to it, but if you go 3 or 4 minutes without putting something on the board, that makes you wonder whether or not you're doing something wrong. Mental is super important, especially in tournament play and especially in multiple games of 7.
I feel like if we went directly into this bracket reset best of 7, Maryville could have potentially taken at least a game or 2 against Northwood before they bounce back, but a 10-minute break that we give every team, mind you, whenever we do these bracket resets. That seemed to be enough for Northwood to recalibrate and find a different game plan that they didn't hand off over to Maryville with the keys of the last series. So this time, the series is in the hands of Northwood. Still potential for Maryville to get a goal here and a kickoff. There is a double commit, but it is enough to get it away. And I think with the time remaining, there's no chance for them to bounce back now.
Yeah, Knight, that was a really smart play to avoid conceding that 3rd goal, but it's probably academic at this point. Looks like Northwood, after taking 4 straight games for losses, did 2 straight games for victories.
It's been about 6.5 minutes since we have seen a goal from the side. Actually, even more than that, actually. It's been about 8 minutes that we've seen a goal from Knight, the only one who's been able to score on Maryville, when we saw those first 2 goals in that game 1. So we talk about a struggle bus, we talk about a rough spot to be in, but this is a different category for Maryville where they just seem lost in these first 2 games. And we talk about timeouts, that might be what they need.
Yeah. I'm with you, and maybe it might be early for this series, but when you have 2 teams where you're trading blows like that, when you out there and dominate one team, one side, and then you're also getting dominated, something is broken down. Whether your playbook has been seen, maybe your reads are being read, or your passes are being read, or maybe there's something that working on the VC chemistry side. You gotta take a break to recalibrate, or at least try something absolutely you haven't tried before to put your opponent on the back foot. Maryville needs something like that, a rabbit out of their hat, a bag of tricks in their sleeve, whatever analogy you want to use. They need something different and need it now.
What a crazy situation we would be in if we do see a sweep from Maryville and then a sweep from Northwood to end off our fall opens. This is the final fall open, by the way. The regular season after this series will be concluded and going into the fall championship in 2 weeks' time. So this is do or die for Maryville to be the only team this season to get 2 CRL Open wins, or for Northwood to get their first out of the 3 chances, including this one, that they have had so far. And Northwood are not letting that go by so easily this time.
Well, to answer your question, if we saw one sweep after another sweep, we'll say this is Rocket League, to be honest with you, because no one saw it coming.
Good old Rocket League if that does happen, very true. So we will see if it does come to bear. But we do need to see a bit more aggression from this Maryville roster. They've had a couple demos here and there, but we haven't really seen much presence from them on offense. They've had, decent shots, midfield presence, kind of non-existence for the most part. Passing plays also not been working in their favor, so they need to pull something else out of the arsenal. We know they have it in them. We saw them get 4 game wins against Northwood before, but for some reason, they can't find the magic again.
Yeah, absolutely. Had this been any other team, or if I was watching this without context, I would probably say, oh, fatigue got to them, right? You're playing so many games in tournament play, and, well, you can see goals like that. The mental errors don't really happen on that level unless you are lacking focus on some level. Speed basically passes the creams, brings it down, and that's an Northwood goal.
I wonder if Knight remembered he had no boost on that challenge because went straight for the attacker on it, but realized, oh, I don't have anything currently. So rough spot to be in here as well. But still, the way that we have seen things go so far has been a tough spot for Maryville. And yet again, they don't get that opening goal that we talked about that they need. Right now, with the way things are trending, Novanta, this could be a sweep or at least a forced reverse sweep needing to be made by Maryville.
Yeah, it's not looking good. We're at, what, the 9-minute mark, the 10-minute mark here without a goal scored there by Maryville. But that is opportunity would have been knocked away. And I start to wonder, right? Like, it doesn't matter if wins or losses are part of Rocket League, but you got to score at least once per round to give yourself a fighting chance.
Shout out to Danger Taco, by the way, providing us with some stats in the background. Before this series, Maryville were 5-2 in series against Northwood. In the fall, 21-12 in games. They've currently given up 2 here and would be 6-2 in series based on their win in the last one. So rough spot for them. But even then, Maryville.
Is that the Danger Taco or another Danger Taco?
The Danger Taco, yes.
Oh, okay. There you go.
Gotta put the V in there, that's correct.
Smartest man in the game, I swear, yeah.
True that, but we need Maryville to be a little bit smarter defensively. That's an own goal and another overcommit from their side. Yes, we know they need to give all that they can on offense, but it seems like Northwood aren't really having to do too much to make them force these mistakes.
I disagree, man. Off the wall into a bump. I mean, that's pretty making your own destiny. Yeah, it was an own goal for sure, but I do think the momentum thing is real. I usually try to poo-poo on that one because we've seen comebacks, but it really feels Maryville is playing a bit too snake-bitten for their own good.
Need to see something from Relating Wave, and we finally do see a goal from them. Again, reminder, the last time we saw a goal from Maryville was at 3 minutes and 29-second mark of game number 1. They end the goal drought exactly as they need to with Relating Wave popping off, who's been relatively silent this series.
Yeah, what's that, like 9 minutes, 10 minutes altogether?
At least, yeah.
Oh my goodness, yeah, that's not good by any metric, but of course it's Relating Waves, and that's when you know when someone's really in their bag with, yeah, if you have the hot hand, it's one thing, but when the whole team is cold, you're able to start your own magic, your own luck, that's when you realize you are the captain or the first option on the squad.
We'll need more where that came from, and Relating Wave, great passing play to speed, Creams with the pre-jump though, read it from a mile away. You can tell that they are in a flow state on the Northwood defense, where they were struggling in that first series. No longer. They have shored up their defenses, patched breaks in their defensive wall, and are ready for anything that Maryville throws at them.
I do like the fact that everyone's able to take the battle up to the sky, but it has an open road for hockey, and the right side is knocked away. And I was like, look, as long as it's going to be tight, we understand that everyone in Northwood knows where it needs to be. They stretch out almost instantly to have themselves a scoring run. That's what's awesome about this Northwood team.
What's also awesome, the way that they've been able to hold Maryville at bay for basically 10 minutes this series, and I'll make it even longer. Maryville have not been able to put up so much of a fight other than the individual goal that we saw in this one and the 2 goals in the first game.
So we talked about teams that are able to do close quarter combat like Concord. We talked about teams that are able to be stretched out like West Virginia. But when you have a side that's able to do both on a whim, on a change of a time like Northwood, it becomes so dynamic, it almost becomes impossible to defend. Now, what's happening for them is that when they miss, when communication goes down, they are a sitting duck. But when they understand where the team needs to be, it's almost like they're playing with 4 cars on the pitch, and that's what Maryville is seeing right now.
Northwood putting a hand up for the 3rd time against Maryville this season. Would it be the number of wins if they get this full series win against them? We'll have to see what happens into the next 40 seconds. Maryville have to pull from deep within. A passing play, a chance. Not an overcommit again with a great touch by Creams. On fire, on top of the world, doing the best and the most for Northwood.
So you can't see this on screen, but Creams came back from the Shadow Realm after being absolutely destroyed in the demo, and well, put them in a better offensive advantage to be in the vicinity to get that ball without missing a beat. That's why it's 4-1.
30 seconds remain, and this is a formality now for the side of Maryville. as they will have to pull off a full reverse sweep against their opponents. I might be calling it too early, but the gameplay we've been seeing so far from them leaves a lot to be desired. We do see another shot, another goal, potential if they get 2 kickoff goals. But again, what a comeback that would be, Novanta, if it happens.
Yeah, imagine being able to force a game 5 or 6. It would be great. But it's interesting here how it just feels like it's literally 2 different series happening within 2 actual different series here. It's been all Northwood, and it looks like their momentum is not going to stop.
10 seconds to go. All eyes on Maryville. Need at least a second remaining on the clock, so they have a chance off the kickoff to get a goal, but they won't get that second chance here. And instead, they will have to pull off a full reverse sweep against Northwood. They've gotten 4 games in a row before in the last series, but in this current form, Novanta, it doesn't seem possible.
I said this about 2 hours ago. I'm like, yeah, if you're a Northwood supporter, you're absolutely frustrated about how this team can be so brilliant and so frustrating back to back to back. And now they're 1 game away of walking away your winners. But if there's any team that can win 4 games against Northwood, it's the one that actually did it about 30 minutes ago. So I'm a bit concerned about every one of these teams going forward.
I'm just concerned that we have not seen a single timeout, like really ever, in any of these. I think we saw like 1 at the beginning of the season, but these teams do not like taking timeouts. They like directly going into the next match and saying GG, go next every time. And I don't think that's the best strategy for Maryville. I think they should have taken one in that last game after the way things went and how long it was taking them to get a goal. But I think right now they know, regardless of how this series goes, that they are the 3rd seed going into the fall championship, that it does come down to pride, and it is Northwood that they're having to pull off a reverse sweep against. And they've gotten plenty of wins against them, so they'll just rematch them in the championship. But no, they need to come back in this sweep, and we'll see if they can do it.
Well, the thing is about these opens, it's not like you get like a certain number of timeouts for the entire weekend. You can use them whenever. Some rounds have them, some rounds don't. And some teams get kind of used to not having them. And they go, okay, whatever. But trust me, if someone punches me in the face, I'm going to say, give me a second. I got to calibrate my thoughts. You know what I mean?
Well, Maryville saying they got 1 more in them if they can get 4 more games against Northwood and pull off this victory. Otherwise, 2 sweeps, 1 either direction, flipping a coin basically with these 2 best of 7s against each other. I feel like they should play another game at that point, but even then, that's not how it works here in these brackets. And well, who else but Zanil to almost put the first one in, and Creams with a great follow-up.
Oh man, Creams the follow-up didn't get it, but Hockey definitely hits that ball to the right side because they were the last land on the defense. Could have gone the other way, and that's the kind of quick thinking Northwood hasn't done in the first series, but we've seen a lot in the second one here.
If Maryville can get the first goal, that is the litmus test here for them to potentially get a game win against Northwood. But overcommit versus overcommit that we see from them time and time again. And there it leads to another opportunity, barely saved, but not enough to stop Hockey on the warpath.
Hey, look, the best commits are overcommits, I always say. But you're absolutely right. Hockey going around the horn. We've gone in anyway, kind of delaying the inevitable. But love the ability to use those corner shots to put that to the arsenal to make sure Northwood stays on top.
The games that Maryville have been able to get goals, they were able to get at least 2. So we got to see something from them here. We know they're capable of overcoming this deficit currently. But apart from that, we haven't seen enough from them in this second bracket reset best of 7. Maybe used all their energy, all their momentum, as we talk about, in that first series, and then fizzle out afterwards. Exhaustion, as they had to play through every single lower bracket match, the maximum amount of games that they could today. And there's a good one from Relating Wave.
So there's a little bit of a loose ball right in front of the net, Relating Wave for the shot. And even though the opposition was there, didn't have enough boost to clear it out. But you're absolutely right about the idea about of what Northwood has to do to get themselves locked in. You know, you had that 1-goal lead. Now it's level once more. You look at the clock. You try to make sure you don't make any critical mistakes, because the last thing you want to do is put your opponent back into a series where you're so close to series point.
Maryville able to win 5 series in a row today through the lower bracket after getting reverse swept by WVU in that upper bracket qualification match, their initial pool on day 1. But maybe number 5 is the most that they can get the way this series has gone. Exhaustion looming, Time not on their side. They could have gotten a goal there. It would have been huge for them. But still, Zanil, ever present, ever ready to steal the boost and steal the chances of a second Maryville Open victory.
Love the fact that even when Zanil doesn't have a shooting plan, he's just there to disrupt the offensive plan of Maryville, just frustrating them to no end.
Almost at the halfway point here in speed. Denied by Zanil. Hasn't been as capable as we saw in the first series when it comes to those 50-50s, and that might be the main change we've witnessed here from Northwood, is winning out on those challenges more often than not from what we saw. Yes, they've been able to get some good counterattacks and great challenges here and there, but positioning game has been on another level for Northwood, and yet again we see it come to bear with Zanil goal.
Yeah, absolutely. It seems that they're kind of deciding to jump before they're deciding to jump. They're acting a little bit faster, and sometimes it misses, and sometimes it doesn't go where they want to. What's happening now is that they seem to be reading what Maryville is doing, almost as Maryville's slow and steady strategy is becoming exploited, and then they have opportunities like that, which should have been a goal, but it is a goal that puts them on the front.
Okay, that's a goal as well for Relating Wave. I was waiting for someone to put a hand up, do something, getting in the way of it, but a great challenge from their own corner, and the miss initially from Northwood evens things up, keeps the dream alive for Maryville in this series. Again, reminding everyone, Northwood has never in Collegiate Rocket League, at least on CRL, lost 2 best of 7s in a row, and they're trying to prove the point here yet again with Zanil.
You want to think that Northwood is inevitable? You want to think that they're the brand, they're the institution. So this could be kind of an ironic test, right? I wouldn't have seen this would be a test for them on paper today, but it's looking very much that, because you don't want to be able to have that asterisk and say, except for Maryville.
That's what we've been having to say every time we do Power Ranks, is like, yeah, you know, Northwood's probably the best team out there, but Maryville usually has their number. And they had their number in the first series, but a different story this time. And well, the Riders are in the hands of the Northwood camp. The speed trying to rewrite history this time, and a great challenge and follow through, and that's what we've been lacking from Maryville.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you didn't understand the angle. You couldn't see who was going to be the one to score it, but
Huge
it was
bump.
pretty much going to be Maryville's goal to score there, because they were on the back foot. Northwood was for a good part of that drive.
Massive bump as well by Relating Wave to prevent the save option from even being a possibility. That is the coordination we have been searching for left and right for Maryville. And now another great touch from Speed. Set up into the center, but the demo crucial from Creams. Prevent another goal from going through. Defensive save by Zanil.
One of those biggest saves needed in this game. If Northwood goes on to win that one, that might be the moment of the match right there.
Some great touches here defensively by Northwood again. Knight leaving this for Speed, and perfect timing, the fake on the challenge, and the comeback is here for Maryville.
It was a fake, and I kind of think it got some of the wall, did it not? Yeah, it did, bringing it down, and it was just, timing was all off, being drawn out, and now it's a whole different game here at Utopia Coliseum.
Still 53 seconds remain though. We've been here before this series, Novata, when Northwood have been down against Maryville by at least a goal, maybe 2. And they've been able to come back, so we'll see if that is the case yet again with the time remaining. Creams looking to enact another great touch and dunk into the net to bring within 1.
I'm not sure what's more impressive, the boost management, the off the wall, the beating the defenders, the dunk, you name it. That right there was class.
Clean as can be. Sending us into another dimension with that goal explosion. Discombobulating the defense yet again. Look for Zanil to lead the charge this time. Double tap and in, tied 4-4.
To call that clutch was an understatement. Using that off the wall awkwardly, Zanil makes sure they has the right side of the fender, because you know a heavy touch would have ruined everything, and now we're tied once more.
We keep talking about inevitabilities. I talked about it as soon as we saw the lead from Maryville, that Northwood was not going to go down so easily in this game. They are giving them a taste of their own medicine, which seems to be bittersweet for Maryville. No overtimes is what Northwood says today. They don't want to go to one here. They have a couple more seconds to make that true.
Man, the last thing you want to do is get beat with your own moves. You know what I mean? Beat with your own medicine. Awful. But it's going to be an overtime thing, and barring a miraculous run right now.
Couple seconds remaining for Northwood to clutch out their first ever fall open victory. Right in front of the net it goes. Drop down, though, for overtime number 1 in our grand final.
Can you imagine that? 8 games elapsed, and this is the first overtime?
It is a pretty insane stat to think about. But right now, we got to think about what Maryville can do to get at least a game against Northwood and stay alive in this grand final. Try to go 2 for 2 in fall opens. Otherwise, Northwood have a chance to close things out again if they get the first goal. Dangerous spot to be in, though, with these overcommits that we've seen from Maryville.
This could be it right here. Hockey down bottom shelf, and that could have been the
What a
most
touch.
cheekiest goal of the night.
Could have been, should have been, would have been. But it's not going to be that time, and so easily. Creams, though, no boost to the tank, and no chances for a do-over there. Relating wave on the demo. Hockey, no boost either, and I think the boost-starving game's working out for Maryville. They just need to get something going offensively.
Yeah, the boost starving situation is always a meta that doesn't get talked about nearly enough. That's way open. Here's an opportunity for Cream. This could be a hero shot, and it's knocked away right top of the net.
It's not over just yet, though. Hockey still in position for a threatening chance. Relating wave, no boost, just waiting for it to respawn, and still nothing in the tank. Finally gets something. And Speed has to bail them out. Minute already elapsed in overtime. We've seen how OTs went in fall open number 1 against Northwood. Not a single win by the team. It's right in front of the net. Somehow did not scrape by. And still holding their breath is Northwood, as we also take a deep breather from that one.
I think everyone was holding their breath that one in the booth and on the pitch and more. But yes, you're right. The longer this goes on, the more it benefits Maryville. If you're Northwood, you got to cut this off at the pass as soon as possible.
Speed over top of 1. Creams getting interfered with, and Relating wave pushed up too far. Can't get possession of the ball well enough, but there is a defender who got back in time to back him up. Hockey with the miss, but actually a bait out to Creams. Zanil with the shot. Pass back to Creams again, and Speed there in time. But it's still threatening in front of the Maryville defense. They finally have a chance for some relief, but the demo misses. Here comes the turnaround. The Relating wave diffused the pressure.
Man, I think the Relating wave needs to get some milkshakes from their team. All said and done, it has been absolutely everywhere, just being an MVP on both sides of the ball.
The drop down in front of the net. The fall through is waiting. Speed is in position. Knight not in the best spot either. Trying to do something, but doesn't know where to go. No boost in the tank. And a half a game already gone in OT.
Oh man, no boost and take him going the wrong way. That's enough to make you feel like feels bad, man. You know, imagine what you could do if you had all the tools at your disposal.
This has been a very stressful overtime for both teams. Close shave yet again in front of the goal line, but nobody in position. Nobody there as well from Maryville. Hockey, if they were in a better spot, could have gotten the shot out. And the game and series tournament winner that Northwood are vying for. But Hockey can't do anything here. Knight looking for an answer as well as Anil. We talked about how crucial of a figure they are on this Northwood offense to getting the victory, but it hasn't come true just yet.
Yeah, that's kind of the double-edged sword of being such a star. On one's over the both defenders, top of the key, and it's knocked away. About Zanil, we are so good at and so adept at what you do. You're always marked from defenders, so you have to work a little bit harder to get some space. That's really been their struggle so far.
No boost at all for Maryville. This is a rough spot to be in too, because they have barely gotten to the ball every time. Feels like it's a matter of moments till we see Northwood get the victory here. Creams with the touch, and they get the dunk, and they get the game-winning, championship-winning goal for Northwood. And Northwood finally gets their crown.
After all of that, that was just a special delivery, mail on Sunday type of goal. Northwood 5-4 in OT. They take this series, and guess what? Another sweep.
What a sweep that was for Northwood. A statement made that we talked about it. Nobody beats Northwood in 2 back-to-back best-of-7s. Gave Maryville a taste of their medicine, and now Northwood are your CRL Fall Open number 4 champions. Finally getting their flowers.
You know, we said it before. Yeah, goal scoring is great. You can't win if you don't score, but there was that critical save from Sunil where I said if they go ahead and win this one, that would have been it. It took Maryville out of the game. They were off balance ever since. Sunil deserves all the laurels, all the flowers, all the praise for the effort here today.
MVP performance from them, of course, but couldn't have done it without Creams and Hockey, who stepped up to the plate. Creams as well, we saw in that third game, was the reason that they came out with the victory. 3 goals to their name, and couldn't have been understated whatsoever. But it was a whole team effort that we saw in this second best of 7 that we didn't quite see for Northwood, Avanta, in that first one.
Yeah, it looked like it was kind of a thing. Maybe it was rust. Maybe it was underestimating Maryville. Maybe Maryville was not acting like the Maryville they were used to in their training regimen. It did feel like it was going to be a goal situation. A double sweep situation in favor of Maryville. But good teams find a way to dig deep and do something different. That's what Northwood did. Took a 10-minute break, made the adjustments they wanted to do. Ball distribution was heightened. There was a lot more individual action in the air. Sunil popped off, and Northwood walks away with the dub.
We have to get a rematch from these teams when it comes to the fall championship at some point in time, because now they're currently in CRL, at least when it comes to finals 1-1. But we got to welcome back the desk in, break things down here as well. Seb and Kendo. We didn't expect the sweep from Maryville in the first one, but did we expect the bounce back sweep immediately afterwards from Northwood?
If anything, it shows resilience, okay? It shows the mental is there. I mean, how many times now have we seen them choke? You know, and we are starting to doubt. We're on pod saying there's no ice left in Northwood, despite the fact, you know, they're in the north, right? They have no ice left. It has been evaporated.
Timberwolves, you know?
It is, you know, you would think about it. But of course, our goats come through. They end up getting the job done. Maryville just evaporated. We're nowhere to be found, Kendo. And I'm just wondering, like, this is Northwood. They're at the top of the table. They're going in as the first seed for nationals, and they're coming off an open win.
You know, the funny thing about Lightning McQueen is all those Piston Cups, but you almost never see him actually win when he's on screen.
Wow.
So, love the effort that we saw out of Maryville, but changes needed to be made from one series to the other. I feel like that is what Northwood did. They came in, they smacked Maryville in the mouth. Just under 5 demos per game in the second series, 8 total demos as a team in game number 1. They set the tone early. They took Maryville off their game, out of control, and then by game 3 and 4, it was just a clip montage for Creams and Sunil.
It was a great showcase for all the members of Northwood, indeed. Maryville, though, Vaughn, I'm looking at how Maryville and their positioning is. I think this is honestly a great positioning for them going into nationals. Yes, they got absolutely battered in the second series, right? No doubt about it. But getting a full-on sweep over Northwood, going into nationals, which is comprised of best of 7s, you really can't ask for a better result other than just straight up winning.
I feel for Maryville because, like, maybe if they came through the upper bracket, not with that grand final matchup, but through the upper bracket, then down, then up, and not had to play 5 best of 5s and then a best of 7, like back to back to back from yesterday into today, they could have been in a better position themselves. But Maryville, they did not have the ice, did not have the stamina necessary to get the victory after they did the first time against Northwood there. So they keep going back to back. I feel like this is going and shaping up to be the new El Clasico of CRL.
I mean, Navanta, we had the summer series final. We've had a lot of matchups between old Maryville roster and new Maryville roster. This could be the rivalry going forward.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, this actually proves it. You have a bracket reset, but it results in 2 sweeps. Like, no one could write that. That'd be the worst script ever. But we got it. But we got some hurting bombs. We got some individual, got some team plays. We got everything we wanted, the drama, all of that. So yes, I'm with you 100%. Give me more of this.
And of course, one more thing is that my GOAT put Canada on the board, okay? Creams won it all for us here this evening. There's only one Canadian in this national, actual Canadian, and it is Creams, who is on the board here for Northwood, out to win it all. Very happy for him. So shout outs to, of course, Creams and the rest of Northwood, honestly. They're looking great. So let's take a look at how the points ended up this open here, our last open of the season. Of course, we have Northwood coming out on top with 16 points, and with it, the number 1 standing. Maryville coming out 2nd, Concord 3rd, West Virginia 4th. Everyone at the bottom. Akron, Vaughn, really only coming out with 4 for this one. I'm very curious to see how this is going to end up for their seeding, but not the best showing for them.
not the best showing for them, but also, I mean, they ran into Fisher that were peaking in the first open, and then Northwood that were coming through the lower bracket in the second one. So they had a rough spot in those first two opens. Might be why they aren't as positioned as high seating wise going into the fall championship. But I mean, Akron, they still feel confident. They were playing against the peaking Maryville, so a rough spot to be in for them there as well. And Maryville, of course, I mean, proving that they can also make it back into those finals. But the biggest thing here is like Northwood have answered all of our questions. Can they be the number one team in the region in North America yet again? And they have answered that as yes.
Navata, out of all these, I mean, is there a particular highlight, particular disappointment that jumps out to you?
Well, there's always two. The highlight's always Oklahoma Christian's always 10th place. That's kind of weird. Well, I guess
That is weird.
But West Virginia, man, I mean, I always expect more from them. I always think they have what it takes on paper, but they never seem to go the distance. And I'm not really sure what that is. If it's a mental thing or a roster needs to be changed or a philosophy needs to be changed, but I do expect more from them.
Well, Kendo, any that jumps out to you as far as this in terms of overall ranking between these teams for the last open?
I mean, I could give you a moot point, but Fisher is going to be going through a very interesting rebuild going into next season, because you had what at the beginning of the season looked like a school that had two very threatening teams. The original Fisher Navy iteration looked fantastic in my mind. It's one of the first times I've seen Wanda Mike look more than just comfortable, look like a powerhouse, which is what that guy's game brings to thing. It's sad to see them fall in fall open number 4, especially when you expected a lot of us expected them to make the top 8 just because of how much latent talent there is. Gotta give Akron Gold everything that they deserve. It was just due in part to the fact they slayed a beast and they kept a Fisher Navy team that, even despite the fact they're not making it, is still going to be a threat.
Okay, so that was our last open of the season, but let's take a look at how the overall points have shaped up over the course of the season. Of course, we've had 4 opens, and this is the results. Northwood getting the first place spot after a tiebreaker, but also winning the event, netting themselves 44 points. Concord at a close second, just falling at the finish line. Maryville earning that 3rd seed. Akron Blue with the miraculous win earlier in the season, getting themselves that 4th seed. West Virginia will be 5th. Davenport 6th. St. Clair Green managing to hold on for dear life at the 7th, and Ball State managing to eke through at the 8th spot. An incredible turn of events. I think this is a pretty good representation of really who the top is at CRL VOD.
I feel like there's 2 teams that could swap out here and there, talking about
Fisher
ISU and Fisher Navy. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of like, you know, the elephant in the room here. But apart from that, it comes down to consistency and placements. And we saw that consistency and placements from St. Clair when it mattered. Again, we talk about making brackets, whatever have you. They made it to a grand final, and that's what matters the most there for St. Clair. And they were still able to get a point before then as well, even though they lost to Fisher in that game 5 in the first open. So placement matters the most for these teams, and we saw that placement from all these teams that made it in. I mean, WVU, we talk about them all the time. Like, yes, they were inconsistent, but they always made it through the upper bracket, the only team to do that. So we see a little bit of different styles of consistency from these rosters, and really excited to see how it shapes up for that finals.
Well, this is how our season standing has gone, and this is also, along with the Open 4, going to determine how the seeding works. So let's take a quick look at what our bracket will be for the national championship for Collegiate Rocket League.
Wow.
And here is how it turns out. Northwood versus Ball State for our first quarterfinal. Akron Blue versus West Virginia as our second quarterfinal. Maryville versus Davenport, and Concord versus St. Clair Green, the European Derby, as our fourth. Boys, this bracket goes crazy. I mean, on both ends of the bracket, Kendo.
It's a testament of what CRL has become, and even in what was a I want to just say a down year. You could say a scrapped season. We still have growth of school programs, growth of teams, and I look at a bracket, a championship bracket, a celebration of collegiate esports and Rocket League at the collegiate level, and I see 4 potential upsets in quarterfinals.
But
And I can say that without going out of my way, stretching the truth, or really being like, oh yeah, well, maybe. No, any one of those teams could end up losing to their lower seeded counterpart. And that to me is joy. That to me is amazing. That to me is long overdue. We have reached a level of parity in collegiate esports where this is the pinnacle of competition.
yeah, Navata, I think Ento mentions it pretty well, is that the theme of this is parity.
Well, absolutely. I think one of the good things about having the conference realignment is that can I say it like that? Is being able to see the cream rise to the top and seeing it doesn't really matter of the roster, of the location.
what
The
you
best
did there.
teams are definitely happening. Yeah, but imagine if Canada wins this one. Seb would be insufferable if that was the case.
Hey, they've
So-
got 2 chances technically.
Exactly. The fact that it's even on the board makes it so much better. So I love the fact that CRL is on the come up here.
Bod, any particular matchup standing out to you? Because these are all incredibly exciting, to be honest.
Yeah, I just want to talk about, how we were talking about like different sides of the bracket. This is like the NA side on the top versus the mostly EU side on the bottom with the transfers that we've seen so far, with Maryville, Concord, and St. Clair Green, and then Davenport kind of thrown in the mix there as well. But I'm excited if it happens, the rematch between Northwood and Akron Blue, because we didn't see that on stream, but there was it on the Northwood Esports stream earlier. Definitely recommend going and checking that one back out with a reverse sweep. Now it being a best of 7, how that would potentially go. I mean, WVU can, now that it's not a double elimination bracket, can they actually break their curse and get a win? Because they've beaten all these teams. Ball State, we saw the monumental run through the lower bracket from last season of CRL, and they've been kind of absent in these playoff brackets. They missed out on the last 2, so we don't know how they're going to look. And there's so many of these teams. I mean, Davenport, they're looking to prove things with Cam. All these teams have something to prove, and it's going to be great.
I know we talked about it briefly, but one thing I do want to point out is that for West Virginia, this is a single elimination bracket. No more double elim bracket curse. This is time for West Virginia to actually show up. And legitimately, I think if they did, that would be the most wildest story in Rocket League history. Regardless, all of these matches are incredible. I know Cam is thinking as like the last hero of the bottom side of the bracket, dealing with all of the European teams ahead of him. He's excited. All the players are excited. But that is our bracket. My personal favorite, at least of the quarterfinals, I think is going to be that St. Clair Green Concord matchup. I think that's going to be a sleeper series that could shock some people. So that is our last open of the season, y'all. It has been an incredible run. We're not done yet, however. The CRL Fall Championship is going to be November 16th to 17th, starting at 3 p.m. Eastern. It's going to be a 2-day event going from the quarterfinals all the way to that illustrious grand final to see who will be crowned our 2024 Fall CRL champion. Any final words that we want to leave on, y'all? Because it's been an incredible season and it's only going to get spicy from here, VOD.
It's been an amazing opportunity to be a part of the CRL crew here, casting for the first time here since like 2019. So shout out to CCA, Epic, Blast, and everyone who's made this a possibility, and also our amazing production crew in the background. Got to give them the biggest flowers. I mean, Simpson, Jesse, Bolby. We also see Sleegy, Flashy Pandy, and we also have some great admin teams in the background that we've had. I think Theo and Giant. I think that's everyone. I could be possibly missing someone, and Mateo, of course. But thank you to everyone who's made this possibility, and the viewers who have tuned in every single time. Drops, not drops, doesn't matter. This is Collegiate Rocket League. It is a great time to be a Rocket League fan.
Devonta?
Yeah, same here, man. Fantastic staff, being able to do CRL again. I remember the days of AEB stream and being a part of that crew and being part of that family. To be invited back is kind of an honor. I'm not part of the championship squad, so this is my leave here after this open, but the 4 weeks I've been here has just been fantastic to still work with you guys all again, especially Kendo, man. See how smooth the guy
Shout
looks
out.
like? I mean, look, the shirts, I mean, come on, man. Like this hair is a blessing.
I mean, if I'm going to be on one night only, the least I can do is change the wardrobe around as many times as you'd expect to see at a Taylor Swift concert. So you got to make sure that you're keeping everything fresh. And to be honest, it was fresh from the content standpoint. Shout out for me would go to all of the teams who have continued to grow and continued to sustain Collegiate Rocket League. I've just been along for the ride, and guys, it's a pleasure to be here. It's a pleasure to see each and every one of you shining on this stage, and hey, thanks to everybody who allowed me to share it with them.
Well, we're not done yet. It's been an incredible season for everyone. I had my first cast on the Rocket League channel today. That was incredible. Happy to have done that. But we're going to be bringing you so much more collegiate action over the November 16th to 17th. Thank you so much to production for throwing an incredible event. Thank you to, of course, Blast for giving us the opportunity to showcase the best collegiate esports on the planet in the CRL and to have it on this main channel. For all of you who have continued to tune in, time out for some of the greatest players that we have here, some of the pros that we have in Rocket League from both Europe and North America to fight for that collegiate title, which means so much to so many people around Rocket League. We're going to be back for the National Championship for CRL Fall 2024. It's been an absolute ride over the course of these 4 opens. You're not going to want to miss it. We'll be back for the championship. Have a good night.
Take me back when you said we can do this until we're dead. Just a little bit farther, we're breathing underwater. Keeping your heartbeat like a drum. We can be kids out on the run. There's nothing better. I'm just glad we're young together. Silhouette. Tell me where you wanna go. Your smile's looking dangerous, and I can feel the afterglow. I'm believing every little thing inside of me, spinning you around until we're dizzy. Caught up like a boat in a hurricane, and you're a tidal wave. Yeah, take me back when you said we can do this until we're dead. Just a little bit farther, we're breathing underwater. Keeping your heartbeat like a drum. We can be kids out on the run. There's nothing better. I'm just glad we're young together. I'm just glad we're young together. We can do this until we're dead. Just a little bit farther, we're breathing underwater. I'm keeping your heartbeat like a drum. We can be kids out on the run. There's nothing better. I'm just glad we're young together. Comes from nowhere, makes you wonder if you lost control. back to the